Mwah, What up, suckers? Jet Tentaco here again. Hello. How is everybody's Friday today? I hope it is very evil. Your favorite villain VTuber has returned, and today we're talking about something that is very highly overrated. Not overrated. Underrated. What the fuck am I talking about? We're talking about something very highly underrated. We're talking about the show. The classic superhero comedy show, Ben 10. Most specifically, we are doing it in a very Twitch safe format known as the tier list. I already messed up 2 minutes into the monologue. No pressure. Look, Bunny, I have not messed up. You have messed up. I'm doing perfectly fine. Anyway, so we will be doing a tier list. We'll also be discussing the overall designs and powers and theory behind Ben 10. Also, because Twitch likes it so much, we will likely be discussing Smash or Pass on the Ben 10 aliens. It'll have to happen. This is Twitch. You know how it be. Anyway, yeah, hello, Minnie. Yeah, welcome, everybody. So yeah, let us go over to the screen. Wait a second, what? Wait, what second? Okay, so here's how we're gonna be doing this. I have both, a tier list that somebody else made pulled up that has most of the important aliens in it. There's a few that I think are missing here, but it has a lot of them. And we also have the official Ben 10 wiki page pulled up that lists all of the aliens from the original series. Should I skip this stream? No. I was planning to finish the original Ben 10 this weekend and then watch the sequel. Wait, you haven't finished watching it. Should you skip it? It cares. Oh, I remember Way Big. It was how we beat Vilgax, if I remember. Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. You will recognize them. Okay, so here's the deal. How much do you care about spoilers for a show this old? Like, Ben 10 is definitely a good show and you should watch it, and this stream will probably be funny, so you probably shouldn't skip it. Never skip Jet Tentaco's streams. Thank you, Minnie. I do care because I have to finish it. Okay, how much do you care about spoilers for a show that is as predictable as Ben 10? Like, Ben 10 has some, like, intrigue in it, but it is a show made for 10 to 15-year-old boys, primarily. So, I mean, you can predict 90% of everything that happens in any particular episode of Ben 10. It got good when his sister got magic powers, right? It got good, but I thought it was good from the beginning. In my opinion, Ben 10 has always been good, but his sister getting powers is one of the things that people like. Okay, we're also adjusting the music. Let me know how the music volume is. Wait, I'll be back in about an hour. Gotta eat. Yeah, eat. Yeah, I don't know if you should skip it. I think that you shouldn't, because this isn't going to spoil much of the plot. It will just tell you what the aliens are, okay, so let's go ahead and discuss one of the things that I think is a problem with Ben 10. Now that I think about it, ain't Diamond Head and Forearms kind of redundant? They're both big, strong guys. That's what I was going to discuss. The fact that in Ben 10, the writers only know, like, 10 superpowers. So, every single alien, all, like, 65 aliens that are in the show, have, like, more or less similar powers, right? Like, they know super strength, super speed, super smarts, plants, electricity, size, and, like, I don't know. Other than that, there aren't that many powers. Alright, like, they add more powers as they go, but a lot of the later aliens, and like flight, they all have more or less the same powers with a few exceptions. So nothing is really going to be spoiled for you by knowing the aliens other than the alien designs. But you make your own choice. You can make your own choice. If you really don't want to be spoiled on what the aliens in Ben 10 look like and what their powers are, then I guess you should skip or mute or like don't watch the later ones for the series you haven't watched yet. But let's go ahead and get started with the first alien introduced in the show, Heat Blast. We're gonna click on him and hope this screen doesn't load 1,000 ads. It loaded ads anyway. Shut up, ads. Get out of my screen. No, fucking don't go to Mint Mobile. I clicked. Fucking hell. Okay, it's one of those ads where if you click the X, it shows up. Well, you guys can't see it on screen anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. Okay. So, Heat Blast. Oh, wait, does it show the different designs? It does show the different designs. Okay. So, if you don't know, Heat Blast is... He's the Human Torch from Fantastic Four. That's his powers. Wasn't there an episode where he only used Heat Blast because he only cared about being strong until they made him use another one? There's a lot of episodes like that. Ben 10 has a lot of... Because Ben's character is sort of like a very self-assured. So there's a lot of episodes where he goes like... Well, I'm super awesome. Nobody can ever beat me. I'll just use the best alien. And he doesn't realize that the entire point of the Omnitrix is that there is no best alien for every situation. Like, Heat Blast is great, but Heat Blast in a rainstorm is shit. You know, like... You'd rather use Ripjaws in a rainstorm. It's that kind of thing. Anyway, if you've seen Fantastic Four, Heat Blast is the same thing as Human Torch. He is made of, like, fire and magma, and he blasts fireballs out of his hands. He's called a Pyronite. He sucks ass in the rain, and his fire is so hot that it allows him to fly, because everybody knows that in comic books and related superhero media, fire and thrust are the same thing, even though physics say that that doesn't make sense. Comic book nerd! You're a comic book nerd, Bunny. Anyway, so yeah, does it have a thing here that discusses their powers in detail? There's a bunch of images of Heat Blast. Powers and abilities. Alright, so pyrokinetic, he can generate and manipulate fire, fireballs, fire blast, he melted a tank with it, he can explode the fire, yada yada, fire. His ability is fire and he can fly. That's Heat Blast. Heat Blast is on fire, but he can fly. A classic, very simple, and as the first one introduced, it sort of initiates the concept of, like, it's a superhero, but it's also an alien. Boo, skip to Gwyn. Gwyn is not one of the aliens that Ben can turn into. Wait, do you... Okay, so I'm not gonna spoil it because you haven't seen it yet. Gwyn and Got... Did you just watch a bunch of Rule 34s of Gwyn and decide that Gwyn is the only good character from Ben 10? Because, like, in the original series, Gwyn is sort of annoying. Gwyn gets better as time goes on. Also, if you don't want to be spoiled on the show, there's a big thing about Gwyn that I can't tell you. Because Gwyn's, like, entire deal... Gwyn and Kevin both have an entire deal that is based around something that I can't spoil. Anyway, where the fuck is Heat Blast on here? There's Heat Blast. Heat Blast, his powers are sort of, like... He's just very basic. I'm gonna put him in A tier, for being, like, not that interesting, but cool. Oh yeah, didn't Kevin turn good and date grown-up Gwen in the sequel? I mean, yes. Kevin and Gwen, I'm pretty sure, get married and have children. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, let's go back. Alright, the next alien, Wild Mutt. Okay, I think Wild Mutt is very interesting. A lot of people don't like Wild Mutt. A lot of people say Wild Mutt is their least favorite. And I could see why, from the character design of Wild Mutt, you would not love Wild Mutt a huge amount. It's kind of ugly, but this is where Ben 10 as a show about aliens kind of thrives, because most shows about aliens, he's a faceless werewolf. He is not a werewolf. He is a Vulpamancer, I'm pretty sure is the species name. Yeah, Vulpamancer. Okay, so Ben 10, unlike most other shows about aliens, would have all of the aliens be humans, right? Like in Star Trek, all of the aliens are just like humans with weird faces. Ben 10 as a show understands that not all aliens would be humanoid. A lot of the aliens are humanoid, especially when Ben uses their transformations. But like Wild Mutt is not a human. I've already spoken about Wild Mutt. No. We do not fuck Wild Mutt. But Wild Mutt is really cool. So his main ability is his sense of smell, and also his sound. He has sound abilities too. So Wild Mutt is basically the concept of like, what if a dog or a wolf evolved in a cave? So it has no eyes. But instead it has an incredibly strong sense of smell and hearing, so that it can have a 3D map of its environment that is more detailed than seeing. Like, it says here, like, radar and sonar, stuff like that. It's more or less like, if you're familiar with Daredevil from Marvel Comics, this is like Daredevil mixed with a bloodhound. It's crazy. It's also, like, pretty fast and strong. Like, it's a big dog. So it's fast and strong. It has a pretty mean bite. It can dig really good, it mentions here, which is pretty cool. And just, like, it's great. Also, later on, after the like, puberty saga, I think they give him, like a howl ability that can knock things over, which is pretty cool. And it sounds awesome. Puberty Saga, Jet, you should watch Daredevil on Netflix. I watched part of it. I didn't like it enough to watch the second season, but I liked the first season. Okay. Puberty Saga. Yeah, there's a whole part. Okay, so like, there's a whole bit in Ben 10 where Ben's like maturity actually has to do with the alien transformations. So as he grows up, some of the aliens actually get better transformations, because the aliens hit puberty after he does. So there's one alien, which we'll get to later, who is most famous in the puberty saga. But yeah, most of the aliens end up like maturing. But yeah, Wild Mutt cannot speak, which I think is really interesting. All of the other aliens can speak English while Ben is them. When Ben is Wild Mutt, he can't speak. He can only bark, which is really cool. Oh, welcome to the stream, Amy. What's your question? Ask anything. How do you not cringe as you say this out loud? Because Ben 10 is cool. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, where we rank Wild Mutt. Because we gotta go ahead and get through this at some point. Wild Mutt, I would say, ranks in A tier. I think it's actually more interesting than Heat Blast. Maybe, yeah, like this. Is it okay to share YouTube video on an upcoming game? I would prefer not to link YouTube videos in chat. If you like, always feel free to link me stuff either in Twitter DMs, at JTentaco, or you can join the Discord and link stuff there. I'm fine with that. I just prefer to keep Twitch chat clear of excessive links. Heat Blast is the OG. How dare you? He is the OG, but Wild Mutt is really interesting in concept and abilities. Heat Blast is like, okay, but what if he had fire powers, though? Sure, you want me to send a whisper? Yeah, you can send a whisper. I'm probably not gonna watch it on stream. I tend to get pretty focused, in these discussion streams. But you can definitely link it and I'll like check it out later. Okay, next we have Diamond Head. Diamond Head, the real OG. Diamond Head is actually the real ass OG. Okay, fucking ads. Do not be on my screen, please. Diamond Head, the real ass OG. They changed his design several times, but yeah, Diamond Head is pretty sick. So let's see what they say about him. He's a Petrosapien. He's silicone based. He's made of blue diamond-like material. This doesn't. Okay, powers and abilities. Extreme organic pale crystals. He can manipulate the structure at will. He can fire crystal shards, make crystal walls, large crystals, encasing enemies in them. He's a prism, and he can deflect light and energy-based attacks. Also, he has, like, super strength, and Diamond Head is crazy. Yes, Diamond Head is a homie. I would agree with that. His weaknesses, he's not good at sonic attacks, vibrating attacks, like, fuck him up. Sort of like Venom. But I love Diamond Head. In fact, I love Diamond Head so much that when I was in my phase of creating like superhero characters, I actually made a character that was sort of loosely based on some of the abilities of Diamond Head. Also, I think as far as like Ben 10's like original playlist of aliens, Diamond Head is the most useful in the most situations, right? Like, sure, if you're fighting underwater, you want the water one. And if you're fighting in a volcano, you want the fire one. But, like, if you're just general in a fight and you had to pick one of these aliens, I would pick Diamond Head every single time. Because Diamond Head is the most all-purpose. He's very defensive. He's immune to, like, laser attacks. He can make shields and walls. He's decent, at both melee. He's really good at melee combat with those, like, sharp blades that come out of his arms. Accelerate might be OP, but I'd pick Diamond Head. Diamond Head is, like, more defensive. Also, like, he can encase enemies in, like, crystals. He's good in all sorts of situational fights. He's tough enough where even if you're fighting in, like, the air or whatever, he's not just gonna, like, die from fall damage or something like that. Also, there are scenes where he skates around like Iceman on, like, floor crystals, so he moves decently fast. Diamond Head is just the best all around. He has melee on lock. He is very melee defensive. He's got range, pretty good. Like, he's not got the longest range attack of any Ben 10 alien, but he can throw those crystals pretty far. He's just, like, crazy good. By the way, whoever thought of Accelerate was pretty smart. Yeah, I love the Elite Speak aliens. That is something I really like, but we'll get to Accelerate in a bit. Anyway, Diamond Head, definitely fucking god tier. Diamond Head, maybe one of the best aliens that they ever introduced. In fact, later, they try to introduce a better version of Diamond Head that ends up being worse than Diamond Head. That's how good Diamond Head is. They do that with several aliens, where later they try to introduce better versions. Literally, Regice is god tier, Lamo. He's not Regice, okay? If he was made of ice, he wouldn't be that good. Like, if he was made of ice, then he would not be that good at fighting. The thing is, he's not made of ice. He is made of, like, gemstones. He is made of near indestructible gemstones that are immune to laser attacks. And in Ben 10, laser attacks are a big thing. Right? Like, all of the bad guys with guns use laser guns. Hell yeah, Diamond Head top tier. I mean, where else could you put Diamond Head, right? Even if you were to just do this based purely on power rankings, I think Diamond Head could beat basically every single one of these aliens in a one-on-one fight, right? Like, all of the ones with electricity powers, he beats handedly. The ones with super strength, he's also strong. He could probably wear them down because he's more defensive. He's, like, better than every alien. The ball guy would smash up Diamond Head. What? This ball guy? There's several ball guys. Do you mean Ball Weevil or do you mean this guy? Cause Cannonball, might be able to take Diamond Head. But the thing about the Cannonball. The thing about Cannonball is Cannonball's abilities rely on speed. There's several episodes where Ben mentions as Cannonball that if he has room to build up speed, Cannonball is indestructible, but the faster Cannonball moves, the harder he hits. So if you can just slow him down, he isn't as strong. So Diamond Head being super defensive could put Cannonball, like, in a cage of crystals, and Cannonball wouldn't be able to do shit about it because he wouldn't have room to build up speed. That's the, like, disadvantage of Cannonball. It's not fair that you recently watched the entire series. The last time I watched the entire series was, like, 8 years ago. I haven't recently watched it, is the thing. I haven't. Look, the reason... Who has this good of a memory? My memory is shit. Like, you've heard me talk. I can't remember people's names. The reason I can't remember anyone's names is that my brain is filled with, like, the powers and abilities of characters from shows like this. I know the powers and abilities of every Ben 10 alien off the top of my head. That's why I can't remember people's fucking names. Anyway, Accelerate. Accelerate, obviously a GOAT. Accelerate is another one of the really interesting designs. Like, one of the what the fuck? Okay, there we go. One of the far better designs of, like, any Ben 10 alien. It's blue, which is cool. It has, a, like, a bicycle helmet, combined with a motorcycle helmet, with a biological visor that shuts down when he's running. He has these, like, claws, that turn into, like, piercing implements, and his feet are little wheels, so, like, biologically, inside the feet of Accelerate, these, like, work like wheels and spin all the way around, which is how he moves so fast. He's like a velociraptor and a bicyclist had a baby with a motorcycle. Rocket skates lizard thing. Yeah. There's Accelerate fighting Mummy. Yeah, this is the Accelerate design that really looks good. Like, look at Accelerate here. This looks fucking great. Old Jet Tentaco would have had video highlights of these aliens ready to go. What are you talking about? I've never done that. Also, maybe down bad for Accelerate. There's like a lady Accelerate, that becomes a thing at one point, which, like, I don't know. Like, smash or pass any of these aliens. Accelerate maybe. Also, I love how Ben named his XLR8, because that was during the time period in which, like, stupid leet speak was popular. Oh yeah, there's Gwyn as Accelerate. Yeah, like, this is what Gwyn looks like as Accelerate. See what I mean? How did Gwyn get to be Accelerate? Well, okay, so there's several different things that have caused this. So, at one point, they start to do alternate reality stuff. So, there's a few ways Gwyn gets to be different aliens. There's the alternate reality, in which Gwyn is the like one who found the Omnitrix. So there's art of Gwyn as several of the aliens. There's also the like time thing. At some point they also get heavily into time travel in Ben 10. And there's a thing where stuff happens back in time and Gwyn gets the Omnitrix and we see what Gwyn looks like as the aliens, and then that timeline gets erased, blah blah blah. Time travel, I thought this was a kid's show. I mean, there's a lot of things that are like kid shows that have complex stuff. Calling Ben 10 a kid's show completely ignores the fact that Ben 10 is really cool. Like, it's just cool. Let's see. His abilities, obviously, if you couldn't tell just by looking at Accelerate and hearing his name, his powers are super speed. Accelerate is fast. He has ball feet. He can run 500 miles per hour. He can accelerate quickly. He can run up walls, run on water. He can create tornadoes if he runs fast enough. I mean, anything you've seen the Flash do in the stupid Flash show, Accelerate can do all of those things. Stinky, you're Stinky, Rhea. Joke's on you, I can't hear because I have no earbuds in. Rhea! Stinky and bad cook. I'm not a bad cook. Look, okay, so today for lunch, since you guys are going to complain, ow! Exactly. Look, today for lunch, I had a quesadilla, that is, sweet and spicy pulled pork, with bell peppers and onions in it, and I dipped it in ranch dressing. Okay? Are you happy now that I'm an excellent cook to hear about my excellent cooking? Stop dipping shit in ranch. It tastes good! Okay, yeah, Accelerate has high dexterity, rapid attacks, oh, it has a prehensile tail, which is interesting, oh yeah, apparently his weakness is magnets, also, his weakness is people with super strength that can, like, counter the super speed. That's a thing. Ranch is for celery and that's it? No, it's for everything. Ranch is good, okay? Stop judging me. Anyway, Accelerate goes into easy A tier. I'm reserving S tier. I don't know why I'm reserving S tier. I might have to rewrite. Where the fuck is Accelerate? Bruh, it should be in one of the red circle. There he is. XLR8. There we go. Okay, who is next? Who is the next Ben Tennyson alien? Oh yeah, we have Gray Matter. Okay, so, Gray Matter, one of the, classic aliens. Gray Matter is based on, combining a frog, with the concept of, like, the gray aliens. The alien that's literally Jet Nerd Frog. This is not me. And if you Photoshop Accelerate's face on, or not Accelerate, if you Photoshop Gray Matter's face onto me, I will be pissed. So don't do it. So yeah, it combines a gray alien with a frog, and they're Galvans. So Gray Matter is the same species that created the Omnitrix, actually, which interestingly enough comes up later in the series for why the Omnitrix never listens to Ben. It's because it was made for, like, tiny people to use, so it was made to be pressed gently. So the reason that Ben never gets the alien he wants is because he fucking, like, slams the button, like he's trying to, like, punch somebody in the face, and so it, like, fucks with the Omnitrix. Anyway, oh, there's what Gwyn looks like as Gray Matter. It's ugly, and I wish this was not canon, that it has hair, because none of the other ones have hair. He does slam it, yes. I slammed my cheap $2 Omnitrix at it as a kid. Yeah, that's how you break one of those. I didn't have one of those as a kid, but I had a friend who had one and, like, brought it to school. And everybody loved, like, playing Ben 10 in school. It was great. Powers and abilities. Okay, so Gray Matter is, like, I think he's, like, 4 inches tall. Gray Matter is tiny. So that's one of his powers. He can go inside of machines and, like, tear them apart. He's a mega super engineering genius, so he can understand any machines, like, just by looking at them. Yeah, Ben uses it to solve basically every problem that he's too stupid to solve. Let's see, Gray Matter is smart enough to manipulate living things by understanding their biology. Oh yeah, Gray Matter can also walk up walls. Due to it being based on a frog, it has, like, gecko pads on its feet, so he can walk up walls. Gray Matter, I wouldn't say Gray Matter was actually the weakest, but he is pretty weak. Let's see, he's stronger than he looks, which is true. Also, Gray Matter can breathe underwater because he's an amphibian. So you can breathe air or water, which is good. Oh yeah, they also, they rarely show this, but they have a long prehensile tongue. Gray Matter is literally just a gray smart frog. Stop commenting on old Sarul drama or I will kill you in Sea of Thieves. What are you talking about, Sarul drama? His weaknesses, physical fighting. Yeah, yeah, that's a thing. Oh, Sarui? I was like, what the fuck is Sorrow out? So, I mean, I haven't commented on it in, like, 2 days. I just commented on it a lot in, like, that one day. It's fine. Okay, so, Gray Matter. Gray Matter also goes in A tier. I like it. It is a little bit too similar to just being, like, a gray frog, but it is good. I like Gray Matter a lot. Would not fuck Gray Matter, though. Would not. Those eyes, those piercing eyes, they're just so creepy. Like, those horizontal pupils are just so creepy. Who would have horizontal pupils? That would be weird as fuck. Okay. Ben 10 Wiki, load, as I try to go back. Okay, next is Forearms, a classic, one that everybody remembers. Okay, this design for Forearms, where he has a mustache after the puberty arc, is stupid. This Forearms is classic. This one is kind of weird, but I understand it. Okay, so Forearms is a Tetramand. Yeah. So, let's see. This is what different Tetramands look like throughout the series. There's, like, a baby one. They have, like, normal arms and, like, little raptor arms. Forearms has super strength and multiple arms. That is what Forearms is. Like, that's kind of it. That's kind of their entire thing, is that Forearms is strong and red and has 4 arms, which is why his name is Forearms. Have I mentioned he has 4 arms? Boring, F tier, red, and strong. I wouldn't say F tier. There are worse, like, there are aliens that are worse than this, so I wouldn't say F tier. But yeah, so whilst a lot of the other aliens, like, I would say, that you have something like Diamond Head, right? Diamond Head is like a fighter from D&D. He uses a bunch of different weapons and shields and useful battle strategies. Forearms is a barbarian, which is why Ben in the early series really prefers Forearms for most fights, because Forearms is a barbarian. He hits hard, he hits fast, he doesn't stop hitting for a long time, But also it takes 0 brain power to use. Like, you don't have to think about what, like, in a fight, like, oh, what strategy is Forearms gonna use? He's either gonna punch the thing or pick up the nearest heavy thing and hit something with it. That's the only strategy Forearms ever uses. Let's see. Punch through resilient material. Like, he can punch through brick walls, and he uses heavy weapons. Yeah, the older Bin gets, the stronger Forearms becomes. Yeah, at one point, Bin as Forearms, sorry, my phone was ringing. Bin as Forearms, at one point, beats up the princess of the Tetramans and, is strong. He can create minor shockwaves by clapping, like the Hulk can. He can punch the ground. He's good at climbing because he has 4 arms. He has durable skin. I would say the durable skin isn't actually the right explanation of this. They don't really say it in the show, but I'm pretty sure that what they meant to imply with Forearms is that Forearms has a healing factor. Copied Hulk clap. Red Hulk. Yeah, he's like Red Hulk, but with more arms. I'm pretty sure what they meant to imply with Forearms is that he has a bit of a healing factor. So the reason that he's resilient in a fight is not that he never takes damage. It's that he like, Forearms gets so angry and so strong, that, like, he just powers through damage like Wolverine. Anyway, that's Forearms. Forearms, I would say, is decent, but not great. B tier. I think similar to Heat Blast, is just not that interesting. It's just super strength and nothing else. And Bin way overuses Forearms in the early series. I only recognize OS Forearms. IDK all the rest of them. Yeah, because OS is original series. So what this means, these things, this is OA, original series, Ultimate Alien, and Omniverse. Because these are the names of, like, the 3 main Ben 10 series. Ben 10, the original Ben 10, Ben 10 Ultimate Alien, and Ben 10 Omniverse. And they changed the art style and designs, between each series for various reasons. Okay. Who is next? Oh, wait, did we actually look at the pictures? Where is her? Actually, this mentions Sumo Slammers. So I actually still have my Sumo Slammers toys from when I was a kid. If you don't remember, in Ben 10, inside the universe of Ben 10, Ben's favorite game was a fighting game, a fighting video game called Sumo Slammers. So they made toys of all the Ben 10 aliens as Sumo Slammers, which are just little plastic toys, that are like fat versions of the Ben 10 aliens. So the one that I have that's my favorite is Upgrade. I still have a few others, I think. I think I have, like, Ripjaws, and Vilgax had one, and who else? I don't remember the others that I have, but I still have a few of, my, I think maybe, oh, I have an Accelerate one. I have Fat Accelerate. What is this? What have you linked me? Sumo Slammer Battle Packs Wave 1? Wait, are there new ones? Are these new, or are those the old ones? Oh, yeah, it's those ones. Wait. No, why did it add? Get out off of my screen. Wait. Yeah, okay, so I had, that first pack at the top that has Heat Blast, Vilgax, Gray Matter, Upgrade, Accelerate, and, Fishboy. I forgot his name for a second. That's the pack that I had. So I absolutely had that, yes. And I still have most of them. I think I might be missing Gray Matter. I think I'm missing Gray Matter, but I still have, the rest of them. Good day, Arthur! Today we are ranking all of the Ben 10 aliens. And for those of you curious, this is what Gwen looks like as Forearms. They don't show, the Tetramand princess in here. But for people who have, like, muscle kink, would probably fuck Forearms. Just saying. Okay. The next one, Stinkfly. One of my favorites. A lot of people don't like Stinkfly. I like Stinkfly because this shows the original series had this willingness to make aliens that were alien creatures, right? Like, clearly this is based on an insect, but this is an alien creature. This is not just like a human man. It sure has been a while. It sure has. So yeah, Stinkfly I like because Stinkfly is not just like a human. Stinkfly is a fucking giant bug that shoots smelly goo out of its eyes. That's the whole point of it. It's a Lepidopteran, which is interesting. Also, though, I want to show you guys the biggest disappointment ever. Ben 10 Reboot Stink Fly. Okay, so you know how in recent years most video games have decided that monster characters don't sell toys, so we should make all of the characters human. Look what they did to fucking Stinkfly. Look, this is what they did to Stinkfly in the newest reboot, which is why we're not like watching it. They didn't continue the series this time. They did a reboot, and the point of it is it's like, what if you did Teen Titans Go, but with Ben 10 instead of Teen Titans? And they were like, Stinkfly is too, like, scary and disgusting for kids. Kids don't like gross out humor anymore. Stinkfly should look like a generic superhero man with big wings. And instead of being disgusting, he should just be, like, a bug. He's not even, like, stinky. He's just named Stinkfly because Ben is weird. Shut up and take your humanized Stinkfly pill. No! Why does Stinkfly look like this? Look at him. He's not even green anymore. Why is he blue? Why is he blue? Like, he looks more like a superhero than he does like a Stinkfly. The whole point of Stinkfly is that he is a hero, despite the fact that he's a smelly, disgusting insect creature. So here's what Stinkfly looks like. Pretty goddamn cool, especially that stinging tail and the big pointy wings. Light mode Google. I can't dark mode everything. Oh my god. Okay, so Stinkfly can fly. That's his main thing. And he flies, sort of like a dragonfly. So he can hover and move backwards and upside down and all of that stuff. Which, in the original set of aliens, what makes Stinkfly distinct is that, like, Heat Blast can also fly, but Heat Blast can fly pretty quickly, but not very agile. So Heat Blast is like a rocket or a meteor. He flies really fast in a straight line, but if you want to, like, fly between buildings or do a like, car chase, Stinkfly is the option. So, like, Stinkfly being the one who is good at flying was Stinkfly's whole thing. But also, it has 360-degree vision, like, it's a dragonfly. But also, it excretes high-pressurized streams of liquid, from its eye stalks and mouth. It's goo. The goo is flammable, and adhesive. Basically the way Stinkfly fights, is that it flies around and fires sticky goo at you from its eyeballs, that makes you, like, stick to the ground so you can't move. Which is why, like, in a one-on-one fight, I think Stinkfly could beat Accelerate, because Accelerate can't really hit in the air super well without jumping off of something, and it could immobilize Stinkfly. Its odor is a weakness because it's easily trackable. It has fragile wings, so it can't go underwater. It isn't... So, it's not really a strong enough flyer, to carry a lot of stuff, as he flies. Vulnerable to electricity, like a Pokemon. Also, it has a natural predator. The natural predator thing, a lot of these aliens will mention this. If you haven't seen the whole show, this becomes a thing later. Basically, a bad guy decides, what if you had, like, the Omnitrix, but it was the natural predators in the wild of all of Bin's aliens, so it could just, like, beat the shit out of Bin by eating him, basically, over and over again. It was a problem. Especially because Bin kept getting stuck in alien transformations. Anyway, where the fuck is my Stinkfly? Stinky boy, there you are. Stinkfly is A tier, I like Stinkfly. Okay, next is Ripjaws. Okay, Ripjaws I think is really underrated. In the show, they constantly made fun of how useless, it is. Get off of my screen, Jesus Christ. They would constantly make fun of how useless Ripjaws is. The thing about Ripjaws is that Ripjaws is a fucking fish. So, like, yeah, he's useless when you accidentally get him in the wrong spot. He does have the benefit of what happens when he's on land. His, like, tail fin splits apart into legs so he can actually walk, which I think is kind of lame. I do wish the writers of the show had the balls to be like, actually, no, he doesn't grow legs. He has to flop around on the ground like a seal if he's on land, and it would be funny. But Ripjaws, his main abilities is he can breathe underwater, which is useful. He's a Pisces Volan, and he swims fucking fast. He can breathe underwater. He swims fast as fuck. Also, his jaws are very strong, which is why he's called Ripjaws. It's a combination of a shark and an anglerfish, and a mermaid. That's what it is. It's a merman, a shark, and an anglerfish. Yeah, Ripjaws, I think, is really cool. Let's see what they list his abilities. Swims with high speed and amazing durability. He has endurance. Since it's a, like, deep sea creature, it can go at basically infinite water pressure. It has blank eyes, so it can't see that good. He's pretty strong. He's stronger than a human, at least. Let's see. Is a very deadly weapon, able to shred metal, with his teeth. Let's see. Oh, his jaws unhinge, like a snake, which is cool. Let's see. Okay, so, yeah. Ripjaws, the thing is, Ripjaws breathes water, and he is not amphibious. So the disadvantage of Ripjaws, is if he's not in the water, he will just die. Like, if it's raining, it's not that bad. But if you're, like, in the desert and you turn into Ripjaws, you just die. But, as Bin, like, matures after the puberty arc, Ripjaws can stay out of longer, out of water for longer. But he still isn't good at extreme heat or electricity. Ice is not good for him. Yeah, and Gwyn can fight him, but Gwyn can fight anybody. Gwyn is OP. Let's see. Ripjaws. I think Ripjaws, is also an A tier alien. I love Ripjaws. I know a lot of people will be like, Ripjaws is lame, but, like, I like Ripjaws a lot. Would not fuck Ripjaws, though. Next, Upgrade. Upgrade, when I was a kid, was my absolute favorite of the original series. I mean, look at this fucking man. Get rid of the goddamn Kirby ad. Jesus Christ. So Ripjaws was my absolute favorite when I was a kid. Look at this, just, like, awesome blob man. They're galvanic mechamorphs. So they actually come from the moon of Galvin, which is the Galvin's Upgrade S tier, probably. Also, welcome to the stream, Ark. How you doing? It's been a while. Yeah, Upgrade is probably S tier for sure. Upgrade is actually a species that is made by the Galvins, which is Gray Matter's species. So that's why they're from the moon of Galvin. They're not actually, like, a natural life form. What Upgrade is supposed to be is a, like, fluid swarm of nanobots, that has, become, like, sentient. And that's what this race is. Upgrade gets worse looking as time goes on, unfortunately. But let's see. Yeah, here's Upgrade being cool. Upgrade is like a liquid. And if you couldn't tell by his name, and you haven't seen the series, Upgrade's superpower is that as a swarm of sentient nanobots, it can meld with and improve any piece of machinery, or any piece of technology, basically. So the galvanic mechamorphs, that's their whole thing. Since in the original series, Ben and the crew lived in an RV, Upgrade would often like combine with the RV to give it like rocket boosters or laser cannons or stuff like that. But later in the series, Ben will like turn into Upgrade because, for one thing, Upgrade doesn't breathe, so he can survive in space. But also to just like become a spaceship or turn like a motorcycle into a spaceship if he has to. Because that's how OP Upgrade is. He can turn basically any piece of machinery into anything else. There's like Upgrade as a giant mech. Let's see. Liquid form. Reshape and move like a liquid. Let's see. He can reshape his body at will. His DNA is also programmed with blueprints of Galvan technology, so even without other pieces of machinery, if he has the matter, like there was one time he like took a hot dog cart and turned it into a laser cannon. If he has enough like metal, he can turn like anything into a piece of like alien weaponry, which is super cool. For some reason, one time Upgrade basically turned a baseball pitcher into a machine gun. Oh yeah, I remember that. That one was really memorable. Yeah, he turned one of those, like, baseball pitching machines that pitches, like, 90 miles an hour baseballs, into a machine gun and just, like, fucking murdered somebody with it. Let's see. Oh yeah, Upgrade can also work on non-electrical machinery, such as, like, a row machine or, like, any piece of metal, basically. And it extends to, sentient machines. Like, we'll get to Chrono Sapiens later, but there are several races that, like, Upgrade are made of, like, sentient machines. Upgrade, can combine with those, which is interesting. He can enhance basically any weapon, can survive in space. Upgrade can regenerate because he's made of, like, living metal and nanobots. He can, like, eat metal and regenerate. Upgrade has Digivision. I don't know if that's that useful. Let's see, his weaknesses. Yeah, sentient machines, can, like, get rid of Upgrade. Upgrade, is sensitive to EMPs, so there's a few times Upgrade gets defeated by, like, an EMP bomb. Apparently he can be stretched too far. Let's see. Oh, they're weak against, acid and intense heat. And Upgrade is somewhat weak against, like, very powerful electricity. That crossover with Generator Rex made especially good use of this includes mechanical life forms. Oh, yeah! Honestly, I wish, that Generator Rex had, been able to, like, actually continue and get a good ending, because Generator Rex was pretty cool. I didn't like all of the, like, Rex transformations. Some of them were, like, really ugly and stupid looking, and ridiculous. But, yeah, I didn't know they crossed over with Chatterator Rex. Well, yeah, because Generator Rex and Ben 10 were made by the same team. So the team that was working on the later seasons of Ben 10, were the ones that started Generator Rex. So after Ben 10 ended, they did a crossover that had adult Ben 10. Yeah, Man of Action. Yeah, so, that had adult Ben 10, crossover with Generator Rex. And so that's when you get to see Ben, be, like, more adult. Because, like, Generator Rex was not a show for kids. It had, like, some amount of cussing and, like, a smoking chimpanzee and shit like that. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a scene where, like, Upgrade basically fused with Rex to be OP. But Upgrade is, like, I'm pretty sure the concept of Generator Rex, like, the concept of, like, nanobots in your blood, that can let you, like, turn into giant machines. I'm pretty sure that was just, like, Upgrade is the best alien, so we should just, like, make a show about what if Upgrade was the main character. And it worked. Also, later in the series, this isn't really a spoiler, it's just a character thing. I don't know why he's not here, but later they introduce, a galvanic mechamorph who's kind of, not as intelligent. Like, Bin, as a mechamorph, has human-level sentience. They introduce one later that's a little bit dim, that, like, Bin and his girlfriend at the time keep as a dog. So they have a dog that is just Upgrade, which is really great. I love Upgrade Dog. Upgrade Dog is also S tier, but Upgrade goes in S tier. Okay, who's next? Okay, next we have the last of the original 10 aliens. We have Ghost Freak. Okay, so Ghost Freak, is where I really wanted to talk about this. So, Ghost Freak is an ectoneurite. I maintain Regice doesn't belong there. Based. Escape the watch. Yeah, okay, so, here's what I wanted to talk about. The Omnitrix, how it works in the series, is that it can create a scan of any alien species, and store its genetic information as well as some of its other biological information, such as instincts and stuff like that, for a transformation. I don't remember much of Ben 10, but I remember Ghost Freak. Yeah. I'm finally on the way home. Yay! Okay, so Ghost Freak's where I really wanted to talk about this. There are certain species in the Ben 10 universe that interact... Ow! What? Ghost Freak is definitely up there in terms of being one of the coolest, most unique. Yes. Ghost Freak... The DNA of an ectoneurite reacts badly with the Omnitrix. So ectoneurites, if you can't tell by it being called Ghost Freak the Ectoneurite, they have the powers of if you think of a ghost power, welcome in, Phoebe. I'm sorry Jet ignored you. I wasn't ignoring her. I was like, hi, but I was also talking. So ectoneurites, the way they work, is that they're more or less like a cloud of particles that are sentient. So they have the abilities to turn invisible and walk through walls and stuff like that by controlling their particles. But that, as a sentient creature, reacted badly with the Omnitrix. So because the Omnitrix not only stores the biological DNA of the transformations within it, but it also stores like a copy of their brain scans, more or less, which is how far have I got? I've gotten to the 10th alien. This is number 10. So because of it storing like a mental read, that's how Bin can like transform into an alien and automatically know what its powers are most of the time, is because it stores like the instincts of a brain scan of that species. The thing is, storing a piece of ectoneurite DNA in a brain scan of an ectoneurite led Bin's transformation, Ghost Freak, to actually become sentient on its own, because ectoneurites just interact badly with the Omnitrix. There's a few species that work like that. There's a few species that, even though the Omnitrix can turn you into one, the way it works reacts badly with their biology. There's a few that, like, can walk through walls, or manipulate electricity. This is also where we get to talk about Kevin Levin. So even those who haven't watched much Ben 10, I'm reading a small screen. I thought you said Anus system. No, it says Anur. They're from the Anur system, which is the horror system in Ben 10. All of the spooky stuff comes from Anur. Anyway, so this is also where we get to talk about Kevin. So Bin never get... Okay, so I guess this might be a bit of a spoiler if you don't know. But Kevin Levin, one of Bin's villains from the original series, he touches the Omnitrix and accidentally gets mutated into a combination of all 11 of Bin's transformations at the time, which is why he's Kevin Levin. Ben 10 originally had 10 aliens, and then Kevin transformed into a combination of 11 of Ben's aliens. But they later explain how he was able to do that. So Kevin is actually part alien, as well as most of the characters are part alien. But Kevin is part alien. Who is Kevin? Kevin Levin. Ben 10 Kevin. No, not the new series, please. Kevin is this guy. See this guy? He's that guy. They had alien fuckers in Ben 10. I mean, yes, actually, basically everyone. If you name a Ben 10 character, they fucked an alien. But yeah, this is Kevin. So this is actually where we get to talk about Kevin. We never really got to see somebody who is fully the species that Kevin is part of. But he's half alien, and the alien race that he's part of has a shape-shifting ability, where they're able to sort of absorb the abilities of things that they touch. Kevin, being only half, never really masters, like, full shape-shifting. He ends up using his power mainly, to just, like, touch, say, a piece of metal, and, like, this image, he can turn his skin into that substance. So the main way he fights later on in the series is he, like, carries around, like, a ball bearing and a piece of wood, and whenever he's in a fight, he, like, picks one and touches it, and he, like, turns his skin into that material and punches stuff. Personally, I didn't like that Gwen's powers were reconnected into being alien powers, just my general opinion. Thought they were magic. I like the explanation that magic is just a form of, like, energy in the Ben 10 world. Like, magic is just a force of nature that humans don't understand or tap into well. And so Gwen is able to be good at magic, because she is half a race of energy-based life forms. I think that's interesting. They could have done more with it. But anyway, so Kevin is also a member of a race that reacts badly with the Omnitrix. Or like half a member. So that's why when Kevin touches the Omnitrix, he absorbs the, like, DNA basically of the Omnitrix, and becomes a disgusting amalgamation. Later in the series, he decides to basically never do that again, because he hates it every time. But it is really interesting that he can, like, copy powers like that, even as like half of this species. So I think the reason that Ben doesn't ever get to transform into Kevin's species is because it would, like Ghost Freak, react really, really badly with the Omnitrix. Anyway, yeah, so Ghost Freak, a really cool transformation. Let's read about his powers. So Ghost Freak, can fly, levitate, walk through walls, invisibility. He can possess other people's bodies, and control their movements. Let's see, when he possessed Darkstar, he was able to use his powers. Yeah, basically just more of a... Ghost Freak is just Danny Phantom. All the stuff that Danny Phantom can do, Ghost Freak can do it. But since he reacted badly with the Omnitrix, what ended up happening is... Ghost Freak that was in the Omnitrix became sentient, and since he can walk through walls, just left the Omnitrix. He just walked out and renamed himself Zscare and became a supervillain and was like, fuck you, Ben 10, how dare you trap me in the Omnitrix? To which Ben is like, that I didn't do that, and it wasn't on purpose. I didn't know that that was possible. And the guy who made the Omnitrix was like, I also did not know that this was possible. So Zscare was pissed. Showed them a YouTube video of him doing weird shit. No, I don't want to risk the copyright from that, to be fair. So, oh yeah, other intangible aliens fuck with this intangibility. Also, Ghost Freak, is very weak to, the sun, basically. So, Ghost Freak, in his original costume, was, like, this, like, cloaked figure, right? So actually, the real Ghost Freak lives inside this cloak, and this is, like, clothing that the Omnitrix gave it. Like, most of the aliens, the Omnitrix gives them some form of clothing when Ben is transformed into them. So the Omnitrix gives Ben's Ghost Freak, this, like, clothing that makes it so he doesn't immediately die in sunlight. Zscare goes, fuck you, and doesn't deal with that. So the real Ghost Freak is actually a series of tentacles, that is inside of this cloak thing, and if it touches sunlight, it just dies. Tell them about the opening his skin. He's got, like, horror skin. Pick 1 or 2. I pick 1, because Bunny picked 2. Yeah, so I will show, Ghost Freak. Also, now that I'm older, I realize, that Ghost Freak is a reference, a little bit. Yeah, this is what Ghost Freak looks like when it, like, opens its, like, gross skin. Oh, you can't see that very well. But Ghost Freak is sort of a reference to, what's it, fuck? Why can't I remember names of things? Shit. The horror guy that the musical is about. Beetlejuice. The like black and white striped tentacles are a Beetlejuice reference. So Benton has Beetlejuice confirmed. Beetlejuice is an ectoneurite confirmed. Thank you, that was the correct decision. Awesome. Let's see. It's immune to a bunch of stuff. Weaknesses, yeah, light. Ghost Freak can't possess everything. Yeah, Ghost Freak is kind of weird, but Ghost Freak is also an obvious classic. I would rank him in S tier, just because of how interesting the story with him is. Okay, so we're over an hour in. I will have taco for dinner. Awesome. And we just finished, the original 10 aliens. So this is gonna take a while to get through all, like, 60 of these fuckers. But next we have number 11. So after Ghost Freak left the Omnitrix, Ben was banned from turning into Ghost Freak for a while. But he unlocked a new alien, which is Cannonball. You will probably need to speed this up. You have a big stream tomorrow. That's fine. I'll be fine. I took extra time off for tomorrow. Okay, so, this is Cannonball. He looks really ugly. I kind of wish Cannonball didn't look like this. But Cannonball's ability... Oh, wait, what species? Oh, yeah, he's an Arborean Palarota. Basically, Cannonball, is a fucking, armadillo. He's like an armadillo or a hedgehog. Tomorrow is my, 300 follower, celebration stream. Jet, he looks really ugly. Also, Jet, why doesn't this look ugly enough for me, baby rage? Look, it'd be like that. Okay. So, Cannonball is an armadillo. They say, like, he looks like a panda or whatever, which he kind of does. Oh yeah, there's what Gwen looks like. Would you guys fuck Gwen as Cannonball? The correct answer to that is no. Anyway, yeah, Cannonball's an armadillo. He can curl up into a ball. It doesn't really make sense how he does it. Like, what I wish they had done in the design of Cannonball is make him look like the shapes of his body would make a sphere, but they made his like body like super square for some reason, so it doesn't look like it would make a sphere when he rolls up. I think the hedgehog comparison works better since Ben gets an alien later that's literally Armadillo. Yeah, but Armadillo is not armored like an armadillo. It just digs like an armadillo and looks like one. But yeah, he rolls into a ball. When Cannonball is rolled up, he becomes like a wheel that moves at great speed. On the surface, he like sweats a chemical that reduces friction apparently. So it can move super fast because of lack of friction. And he uses rotational momentum to slam into things. He has fur on his body, blah blah blah. Cannonball has good hearing apparently. Yeah, because like he can't use his eyes when he's in ball mode, so he uses like echolocation based on the sound of his bounces to locate enemies. You have 55 more aliens? Yeah, I know. Let's see, he has good reflexes, blah blah blah. Super strength. He's good at pressure. Cannonball is actually empowered by electricity instead of weak to it, which is good. Yeah, Cannonball is subjected to laws of conservation of momentum, meaning that he has difficulty stopping or controlling direction if he moves too fast. He's top-heavy in bipedal form. He can't move in small spaces. He can be trapped by adhesives, and he can be held in place. He cannot roll on slippery surfaces. He's really good at heat. Yeah, that's Cannonball. Cannonball's... I think he's B tier. I think he could be better than he is, but he's definitely cool enough. Okay, next is Wildvine. Have you ever considered, what would happen, if you combined a Venus flytrap with a jungle vine, and, like, bin tin? It's Wildvine. That's what Wildvine is. Let's see. This is what Gwyn looks like as Wildvine, apparently. Albedo is Wildvine. All of these guys. Okay. Wildvine can grow and alter the size of his body and retract it at will. He has extendo arms. He can swing around from them like Spider-Man. He can stick to walls. Yeah, he's basically Spider-Man, but a plant. Wildvine can merge with earth plants, apparently. I didn't know that. He grows these fruit-like pods that make like smoke bombs, which is weird, and they can grow other vines. He can knock down enemies. He's pretty strong. He can tunnel through the ground, apparently. Wildvine is immune to gases, apparently. I know that he can get tangled, and he is weak to fire, I believe. He's sensitive to fire and cold. He's weak to fire and ice. Yeah, he's not, I think he is... Okay, so one of my favorite aliens later is similar but better. But I would say Wildvine's not that bad. Let's see. Grow me some weed, Wildvine. He's a plant bug next. I mean, not next. Okay, Spitter. This is an alien that I literally did not remember existed, and I'm pretty sure that's because he showed up in, like, one episode. He's a spheroid, apparently. He's a pufferfish, I guess. Yeah, I forgot that this one existed. He's a pufferfish. He can inflate his body, and he has slippery slime. He's kind of strong. His slime is conductive. He can slip on his own slime. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ben turned into this alien, like, literally once, and then they forgot about it. This is what you call, like, an F-tier Ben 10 alien. Like, it's ugly, not in a good way, and it's never, like, cool. So... What the fuck is it? Oh, it's probably not even on this list. No, it's so bad that the person who made this list forgot to put it on the list. That's how bad it is. It's awful. Spitter's not good. Okay, next we have Buzzshock. Buzzshock is literally a battery. Have you considered what would happen if you were a battery? So here's the first one. I'm gonna go play Legends of Runeterra. When I come back, you better have made some progress so we can play Pokemon. Look, we're not playing Pokemon today, probably. We're doing Ben 10 today. So Buzzshock is the first of many electricity aliens. The writers of Ben 10, electricity must have been their favorite superpower, because, like, half of the aliens have electricity as a superpower. It's crazy. Anyway, he is just a battery. His powers, he can manipulate electricity. He has enhanced speed. He can go into electrical devices and control them. Oh yeah, he can duplicate himself when he's cut, like a worm, which is weird. I forgot he had that ability. Because there's other aliens later. So basically, Buzzshock was an early, like, beta version of aliens like Ditto and Echo Echo, as well as aliens like Shock Squatch and, who else? The fucking, I forget his name, but the main electricity one that Ben likes a lot. Yeah, what else does he do? They're called Nose-Deans or something. Buzzshock has cool speech powers that others of his species don't. Oh, he can fly, apparently. He can shatter glass. He's weak to stuff that is not conductive, and if he runs out of energy, he falls asleep and loses. Buzzshock, D tier. He is a beta version of other better aliens later. Let's see. Arctiguana. Okay. Arctiguana is a really cool one, because the first time we see Arctiguana in the series, he's used by Ben 10,000 instead of Ben 10. And Ben rarely ever uses Arctiguana. They add a better, ice alien later, but I really think Arctiguana is underrated and kind of wish they had used him more. I mean, his name says it all. He's an ice iguana. He breathes ice from his mouth, in a long range. He freezes things. Let's see. It's very agile and can skate on its ice. I barely remember this one. Yeah, I think this one shows up in like 3 or 4 episodes total. It's kind of durable. It can propel itself with its ice breath, apparently. Apparently Arctiguana can survive in cold temperatures very well. That makes sense. Arctiguana is... Arctiguana is C tier just because you don't get to see him. No, Arctiguana I think is B tier. There are worse aliens that should go in C tier later. Next is Blitzwolfer. Okay, so here's where we get to the point. There was this very long arc in Ben 10, where after Ghost Freak left, the writers got obsessed with aliens based on, like, classic horror creatures, and decided that in the Ben 10 universe, basically every, like, horror creature, is actually an alien. These guys are Lobans, from the moon of Anor Transil. So they're from the Anur system, the same system that Ghost Freak's from. We're gonna see that a lot. There's a lot of aliens from the system Ghost Freak is from, which in canon, it's like a solar system that died a long time ago, and so all of the life that was there has evolved, because they're now, like, orbiting a black hole, basically. So most everything is built for, like, the darkness. So Blitzwolfer is a werewolf. That's what it is. Let's see. Blitzwolfer, yeah, it howls. So I think one of the coolest things about Blitzwolfer, is that when its mouth opens, instead of just opening like a normal mouth, it has like a mouth made of 4 tendrils. So you can kind of see it here. When it opens its mouth in 4 directions, like a creepy spider. It's pretty interesting. It howls, sonic screams, which can, like, basically kill things. They're so loud. It has pretty good sense of smell. It's strong. It can jump really high. I do remember this. It's very agile and jumps really high. It's pretty fast. It has prehensile feet like Kickin' Hawk. It's immune to corrodium, which is a thing that becomes important later. It has a prehensile tail. It has sensitive hearing, apparently, which is weird because its main powers are loud noises, but whatever. Yeah, it's... Wait, what? Why did this stop? Okay, anyway, Blitzwolfer, not the worst by far. Where is he? There he is. Blitzwolfer. C tier, maybe? Also, I know a bunch of furries probably want to fuck Blitzwolfer. It's fine. Yeah, I think Blitzwolfer is C tier. I don't hate him. I don't love him. Okay, next is Upchuck. So Upchuck is another one of the ones that they add better versions of later. Or that they make similar versions of later. Okay, so... Upchuck has a bunch of different looks. I think he has a cool name. Their species name is Gourmand, which I think is funny. And they're from their destroyed planet of Peptos 11, and they moved to Peptos 12. Upchuck's ability is that it eats everything. Literally everything. The intro episode for Blitzwolfer was pretty cool. Yeah. That was when they really, like, the intro episode for it was when they started the horror arc, I think, which was really cool. I liked it. So they have 3 long prehensile tongues that they can grab large objects. Their jaws unhinge and they can eat things that are larger than they are, like Kirby. They have diamond hard teeth. They can eat any material. Upchucks eat other beings. They can bite things into chunks to eat them in some case. They eat objects larger than themselves. And so apparently biologically, their stomach is in like a pocket dimension. So this is canon for Upchuck. It can eat things larger than itself because its stomach is a pocket dimension, which is also canon for how Kirby can eat things larger than itself. Oh yeah, all of the Gourmand species, their stomachs are connected to the same pocket dimensions, so they can, like, communicate with each other, I guess. They can burp so hard that they can fly up into the air. And Upchuck, can convert anything that it's eaten into explosive goo that it, like, pukes out, which is why it's called Upchuck. It's not called Upchuck because it eats. It's called Upchuck because it spits explosive vomit everywhere. Let's see. They can carry heavy objects in their stomachs. They can spit out laser, which is interesting. They can curve their chuck. And they're very durable. Let's see. They have a limit to how many objects they can swallow at once. They can get fat, which is apparently a weakness. Why does it keep saying either one? Wait, was there something I missed about Upchuck? Is it like a split thing? Because there's like 2 here, right? Upchuck M, original series, OVM. Are these... Wait, does Bin have 2 aliens that are both Upchuck? Wait. Bin as Perk. Perk Upchuck. Merc Upchuck. What? Apparently the Upchucks are split into 2 sub-races, which probably does not matter. But yeah, apparently Upchuck, there's actually 2 sub-races of Upchuck. Upchuck, I think Upchuck could be better if it got more appearances to be, like, cool, but Upchuck is it even on here? No. I could have sworn it was on here. It should be from... Oh, yeah, there's Upchuck. Upchuck is also C tier. Upchuck is just not that interesting. They could have done more with Upchuck to make it more interesting, but they just didn't. Okay, next is Snarrow, another one from the horror saga. So, Snarrow... Fucking ass, Jesus Christ. Snarrow... What? Oh, okay. Was called Bin Mummy when he first made it, but he got it better. They're called Thepkufans. They're from Anar Kufus in the Anar system. So as you can tell, it's an Egyptian mummy. In the Bin 10 universe, ancient aliens is real, and the ancient Egyptians got their ideas, from aliens. Let's see, so basically his entire body is made out of these, like, prehensile bandages that can stretch and grow at will. So his entire body is like a long piece of, like, stretchy paper, and is really flexible. So Snarrow can be used in all of the same ways that Wildvine can. That's why I think Wildvine isn't that good, because they introduced a bunch of aliens with the same powers, basically. Like, Wildvine can grow plants and has stretchy vines, and Snarrow is made of stretchy paper tendrils and is flexible, and it can, like, turn into a wall. It can kind of, like, shapeshift. It restrained Humungosaur, which is interesting. It's agile. Immune to corrodium. It can survive the vacuum of space. It's one of those ones. And it can kind of levitate, sort of, using its bandages, but it more, like, walks on giant, like, bandage legs. Snarrow is B tier. Snarrow's B tier. I like its name, Snarrow. Okay, next we have Frankenstrike, another one from the horror saga. If you can't tell, Frankenstrike is literally just Frankenstein's monster. That's it. That's the entire purpose of it. They are Transylvians, or Transilians. They're from Anor Transil as well. Yeah, Omniverse is the main time you get to see them. They're based on Frankenstein's monster. Guess what? It's Frankenstein's monster with lightning powers. That's what it is. Let's see. What does it say about them? Has an electromagnetic body with conductor coils that generate electricity and magnetism. It can shoot lightning bolts out of its hands. It's very strong. It can jump high. It's immune to other electric attacks. It can live in space because it doesn't actually breathe. It can conduct to, or it can attach to certain types of machines. Let's see. You can absorb electricity through its shoulders to get rid of it. TBH, I like each of the monster aliens individually, but it kind of felt like they were running out of ideas, introducing them all in quick succession. Yeah, it was kind of like, oh, well, we're going to continue the Ghost Freak arc. And so we're going to introduce, like, not only does this particular solar system have an alien that's just like ghost stories, it's also, like, it has, like, as its main civilians, it has Frankenstein's monster, and it also has vampires, and it also has mummies, and, like, basically all of the, like, horror monster tropes all come from one solar system out in the cosmos, and people from there, like, crashed into Earth and made all of the horror tropes, which is sort of weird. So Frankenstrike is C tier. It is C tier because maybe it's D tier actually. The thing is, they introduce, these two have the disadvantage of they introduce so many electrical aliens that each individual electrical alien gets like a worse and worse ranking because there are too many with that power. Yo, I'm back. Welcome back, Minnie. Yeah, Frankenstrike could have been executed better, I think. Okay, next we have Guy, which I didn't even realize Guy was introduced in the original series. I didn't think that Guy was introduced until, like, later in the series. I thought he was new. So Guy, he's covered in eyes, but has ears where his eyes should be. He can launch energy beams out of all his eyes. He can combine all of his eyes into one big eye for a powerful eye blast. So how many have we labeled so far? I think we're like at like 15. Let's see. Guy's eyes can move all over its body. Some of his eye rays can be a freeze ray. Okay, so Guy is basically, if you're familiar with beholders, it's like, what if you made a humanoid beholder? That's it. Nice, yeah. Wow, he has 360 degree vision. He can smell good. Let's see. His weaknesses. If you get venom in his eyes, he can't see. He's sensitive to high-pitched noises. Yeah, Guy is pretty mid. I'd say Guy is D tier because they never make good use of Guy. Guy's pretty, like, weak. This one wasn't my thing, but I appreciate the creativity. Yeah, at least they did try to do something interesting with Guy. Though I feel like some of the concepts that Guy has were actually done better already with Wild Mutt, is the thing. Alright, so next we have Way Big. Way Big is really interesting. One of the things I think is most interesting, is, their race is called the Toku Star, and they're ancient giant aliens. Now, explaining how big Way Big is kind of a challenge, because he grows throughout the series. As, like, Bin gets older, his Way Big gets bigger, but let's see if it describes how tall he is. It doesn't say how tall. Way Big is the size of a skyscraper. So as you can tell by looking at Way Big, you might be able to see that he's clearly inspired by Ultraman. And of course they're called the Toku Star, as in tokusatsu, which is the Japanese word for the genre that things like Ultraman or you would in the West be more familiar with Power Rangers. Tokusatsu is the genre of Power Rangers. Big boy alien. Oh wow. Yeah. Won't getting venom in your eye get to about everyone? Yeah, but Eye Guy, is all eyes, so that's why it's bad for him. Oh wow, I totally see it. You learn Japanese? No, I do not speak Japanese, like at all. But I am familiar with certain Japanese words, from being in, like, the VTuber and anime and other adjacent nerd communities. Tokusatsu is really important. But yeah, Waybig is literally just Ultraman, and he's, like, several hundred feet tall, and he's crazy. You could say he gets way bigger as the series goes on. Exactly. So, Waybig is strong even for his size. He can hurl targets into orbit. Let's see. He can lift crazy big machines. He's fairly quick for how big he is. He's good at hand-to-hand combat. Oh yeah, Waybig has a finishing move. Because he's a tokusatsu character like Ultraman. He actually has a finishing move. So if he crosses his arms together, just like a Power Ranger robot, if he crosses his arms together, he can fire a beam out of his chest, basically, that can, like, destroy anything. It's crazy. Waybig is also fast, similar to Accelerate, but he's so big that he doesn't seem that fast. Waybig's weaknesses are that he's too strong and can just, like, crush everything. And he's so big that he's unusable most of the time. Sounds like a Dragon Ball Z. I may have missed it, but have you gotten to the Sonic Wolf? Yeah, we did rank the Sonic Wolf. He didn't get ranked that high, unfortunately. That is literally what Ultraman does. Yes, it's just Ultraman. Oh wait, I didn't realize he did the Ultraman arm beam thing. I love it. Yeah, he's just Ultraman. Yeah. But yeah, like, his main weaknesses are that he's so strong, and so big. But, I mean, basically, like, Bin would use Waybig every time, except for the fact that Waybig destroys everything he touches. Yeah, he's slightly vulnerable to electricity. Also, he's vulnerable against things that are too small for him to see. Let's see. High-pitched noises, the normal stuff. So Waybig is awesome. Waybig goes into A tier. Yeah, we put Wolf Blitz in C tier. Just because I don't think he has enough going for him, and the whole horror saga, whilst it was really interesting for a story, I think it introduced some aliens that were not the creator's best work. Almost broke my finger? Oh no! So the Sonic Wolf caught me off guard because you see Bin 10 use it a total of once. In the original series, he uses it once. He uses it a little bit more later on. During the arc where they actually go to the planet that the wolf creature is from, he uses those races more to, like, blend in, because they make this joke, that because that, that solar system is where, the werewolves, the Frankensteins, the ghosts, as well as the mummies, and later on there is a vampire. All of those races come from, like, the same place, and the joke is that all of those races are afraid of humans. So, like, how humans are afraid of these, like, monster creatures, if they see a human, they, like, start freaking out and go, like, ah, they're so scary, oh, their faces are symmetrical, that's so creepy. That it's, like, kind of funny the first time they do the joke, and then it gets lame. But yeah, Waybig is epic. Okay, next, we have Ditto, who is kind of like a beta version of, some other later designs. Ditto, I like his original design better than I like his newer designs. Like, they kind of made him ugly at some point. Also, I did not realize that he was in the original series. He wasn't there that often. But Ditto has the ability to clone itself. So, relating to you? Wait, what? How how did I break your finger? I'm confused. So yeah, he clones himself through binary fission, which is an interesting note. Each Ditto is independent regardless of what the other one wants. So they're not really a hive mind. That's kind of the problem with Ditto, is they're not a hive mind. Each one has a like separate intelligence, but Bin is all of them, so all of them are Bin. And when he transforms back, he gets sort of confused. Spoke to people from Man of Action about the Sonic Wolf form. It comes out of nowhere. In the original, like you said, isn't seen again until the later series. Yeah. You screaming because you saw a human? Oh, no. I think Ditto might just be Echo without sound powers. Yeah, oh, Ditto is definitely just Echo without sound powers, except for Echo works as a hive mind when it clones, and Ditto, each one has an individual mind, so it's weird. Ditto is flexible, breathes underwater, can burrow through the ground, it's pretty fast at running, and it jumps high. Its weaknesses, is that the clones, oh yeah, so the thing is, the clones aren't a hive mind, they each have their own, mind, but since all of them are Bin, if one of them takes damage, they all take damage. This is one of the ones that, like, interacts badly with the way the Omnitrix works. Asked them about this, took them a minute to remember, and they literally said, must have been a Toy Quota episode. Yeah, so a lot of the aliens are just Toy Quota stuff. Which is why they all have the same powers. They're just Toy Quota stuff. No joke, yeah. Yeah, so it reacts badly with the Omnitrix because Bin still feels the pain of each one of them. If you destroy one of them, all of them get destroyed. Which means that the army of clones thing is no longer useful, for fighting. It might be useful for, like, getting a task that takes a long time done, quicker by having, like, multiple people work on it, but, it's weird. Ditto's clones can be fused back together if you force them. Ditto's clones tend to argue with each other. And Bin cannot turn back into himself or transform into another alien until all of the Ditto clones are in close proximity to each other, meaning that, Bin can get stuck as Ditto. I seen later when he could only transform into Upgrade for yeah. So Ditto is weird. But I don't hate Ditto. Ditto is, like, C tier. Okay. Is that all of the original ones? I think that's the last original one. I think that's the last, yeah, that's the last from the original series. And then after the original series ended, they rebooted it with a slightly different art style in Alien Force. So, the first one here, is Swamp Fire. Which, when I was a kid, Swampfire was my favorite alien. Bin stuck his Ditto for a year watching this, be like, huh? Very cute, but Ditto really isn't actually that useful, huh? No, it seems not. It seems kind of lame. Actually, you're right. It is less useful than these guys. Because for usefulness, all of these guys are better than Ditto. So when I was a kid, Swampfire was my absolute favorite. Because Swampfire is literally, they were like, well, what if you just combined the powers of Wildvine to, like, grow plants and look like a plant, and Heat Blast of throwing fireballs. So that's what it is. They're Methanosians. So I think it's really interesting. The design is actually based on the concept of swamp gas, which, if you don't know, is a real-life event that happens because the way that swamps work, a lot of plant material gets in the water and starts decomposing. That decomposition process results in a few natural chemicals, but one of the big ones is methane. So in swamps in real life, there is often a sort of like a lot of methane that comes up from them, which it can light on fire on its own due to static electricity and how flammable it is, meaning that sometimes in swamps there are natural fireballs that just are floating in midair above the water. It's epic. This arrow was probably the best. I would maybe agree. Spider on your ceiling. Oh gosh. Well, leave it alone. It probably won't bother you. But yeah, Swamp Fire is a super epic design. It's maybe a little bit too humanoid compared to like Wildvine. But I used to love Swamp Fire. Its design is really cool. It's based on swamp gas. And it makes sense biologically more than a lot of the other alien powers do. Here's the thing though, Swamp Fire was the one that they used to illustrate the concept of Bin doing puberty as an alien several times over again. So Swamp Fire has the most infamous episode of this. So Swamp Fire has this thing where in an episode, worst Ben 10 alien in your opinion? I mean, so there's like Legfish and the worst, which are probably the worst. I don't like Blox's design, but we'll get to that. I don't know yet for sure which is my least favorite. Anyway, so Swamp Fire, Ben gets stuck as Swamp Fire for a while because Swamp Fire is having puberty issues at the same time that Ben's having puberty issues. So Swamp Fire has like a blossoming that it has to do. And so Ben like spends a day doing like swamp monster puberty. And then he becomes this. The one that Ben literally named the worst would probably be a good answer. Yeah. Teenager Swamp Fire. Yeah. So after Swamp Fire goes through puberty, it gets more like fire abilities. It gets much stronger fire abilities, and it gets like less plant abilities. It still has them, but it's more focused on fire abilities as sort of a replacement for Heat Blast. And so they can make more toys. Yeah, let's see what it says. He ignites methane in his palm. So he shoots like fire using methane gas. Even before blossoming, he was pretty power. He has limited jet propulsion using the fire. Let's see. He also has chlorokinesis. He can telepathically interface with certain plants and grow plants into biological stuff. He can also like throw literal seed bombs, like literal like seed grenades. In his blossom form, his telepathic influence over plants is extended, which is interesting. So he can just like mind control basically any plant. It's pretty crazy. Let's see. He can also generate some sort of like swampy mud stuff. If his body parts get cut off, he grows them back, which is one of the reasons that he's pretty powerful. He's just good. Also, so his weaknesses, he smells like a swamp, so he can be tracked. Electricity, maybe. Ice can bring him down sometimes. Fire extinguishers aren't that good for him. Let's see. Apparently if you use fucking Ancient Orange on him, he dies, which is interesting. If like Ben is Swamp Fire and Swamp Fire gets its leg like cut off and he doesn't wait for it to grow back before he transforms back, his leg will hurt. Apparently that's a thing. In my opinion, the pre-Blossom design was better. I agree. I think, giving him this, like, cape thing, or this, like, coat thing is cool, but the original design, I think, was a lot better, and I like it more. It reads more Swamp Fire. Like, this one is too green. This one is, like, Flame Plant. This one is Swamp Fire. But anyway, Swamp Fire, is at least A tier. No, Swamp Fire is God tier. He might not actually be, but he was my favorite as a kid, so I have too much nostalgia for him. Okay, next we have Echo Echo. Literally just Ditto, but better. So Echo Echo is a Sonosarian. So Echo Echo is, also sort of a synthetic life form. They say that he's made of living sound waves. I don't actually believe that. They say in the show that he's made of living sound waves, and what you see in this, like, white suit is actually just, like, a hazmat suit that contains the being. I don't quite understand that. But they say, like, oh, Echo Echo is not this thing. This is a suit that is made by the Omnitrix to contain Echo Echo. That gets more and more popular as a concept later. There's a couple of the early designs that have, like, clothes and containment suits for them. But as you go on, you get more and more where, like, the Omnitrix has had to make a containment suit for this alien because it can't survive the atmosphere of Earth or whatever. To which you go, okay, well, why was that, like, why did the Omnitrix not make a wheelchair for fucking Fishman, or, like, a breathing apparatus? That's the thing about, like, the retconning into so many things are, like, containment suits. Even, like, Ghost Freak, like, the Omnitrix made it, like, a containment suit so it doesn't die to the sun. But then you have fucking Ripjaws. Every time Ben turns into Ripjaws, he's like, I can't breathe! And that's, like, the whole joke of Ripjaws. And it's like, okay, but if the Omnitrix is meant to, like, build suits for all of the aliens so that Ben can turn into them on Earth without them immediately dying, then what the fuck? Why does it not have a breathing apparatus? Why does Ripjaws not have a breathing apparatus? What the fuck? Like, imagine how much more powerful Ripjaws would be if he had a breathing apparatus. He could just run around in the air, fine, and he's like a fairly fast fishman, and if you go anywhere near water, you're just dead. He's just better than you. Anyway, Echo Echo, his living sound, blah blah blah. He can make loud sound abilities, blah blah blah, loud sound abilities. So sort of, it's a combination of the, like, howl abilities from the Blitzwolf, and the cloning abilities of Ditto. He can duplicate himself, but unlike Ditto, the clones are not linked to each other, allowing entire groups of them to be knocked out without harming Ben. He can clone himself faster than Ditto, and Echo Echo is fine as long as one is alive. Echo Echo can create a wall of sound. He can create an echo chamber that fucks with people. He can see through vibration and echolocation. He can create sound force fields. He's agile. He's durable. They can levitate using sound. He can apparently create copies of any object he's holding while he makes the clones. That's the thing I don't understand. Like, all of the sound abilities make sense if he's living sound. The cloning abilities don't make sense if he's living sound, especially the ability to clone objects, but whatever. So, yeah, Echo Echo is better than Ditto. Echo Echo's B tier. No, what? I'm kind of okay with it because Ripjaw probably won't just instantly dematerialize without a suit. Ripjaw probably should have a breathing apparatus, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why doesn't it? All of the other ones that can't breathe in whatever atmosphere Ben turns them into, like, get some sort of, like, breathing apparatus. Or, like, Ghost Freak dies in sunlight, so he gets, like, a cloak. And later we get more and more, like, NRG is the big one. Like, NRG and, like, Guts Guy or whatever and stuff like that, get, like, suits, just because they're, like, super cool, like, powerful. So I don't know what the fuck his deal is. I don't know. If Echo Echo gets a suit, then so should our boy Ripjaw. That's what I have to say. Okay, so the next one is Humungosaur. I made too many tacos. There's no such thing as too many tacos. So Humungosaur is one that I could have sworn was part of the original series. When I looked at this list, I was like, wait, Humungosaur wasn't one of the original 10? I always thought it was for some reason, but it's for sure not. Echo Echo was actually really OP now that I think about it. Yes. Echo Echo is kind of OP. Anyway, this is what Humungosaur looks like. If you can't tell, Humungosaur is like a humanoid dinosaur made of rock. He's basically like the Thing from Fantastic Four, except for, he has this power, which is not evident when you watch the show. Like, even when I rewatched the show in my, like, late teens, there was something that I realized about Humungosaur that explains his name, that isn't clear, because the aliens in the show tend to have this problem with scale, which makes sense, because, like, Ben is supposed to be, like, a 10 to 15-year-old guy, but, like, he can turn into these, like, huge aliens, and so how big the aliens are is sometimes dependent on, like, where they're at. Like, you know, sometimes gray matter is bigger than it's supposed to be, and the scale is off just due to, like, animation errors and continuity errors and stuff like this. So I didn't realize that in the show, Humungosaur's main ability is supposed to be that he can grow larger at will. He can grow bigger up to 60 feet at will, increasing his strength as he grows. He can also shrink down by 10 feet. So, Humungosaur, when I first watched the show as a kid, I thought his size changing was not like a superpower. I thought it was a continuity issue, that they couldn't decide how tall Humungosaur was. No, he's just, that's his power. Ben really loves to use Humungosaur as his main strong alien rather than Forearms from this point forward. He's really strong. He has a thick armored rock-like hide. He can grow like 60 feet bigger than he already is at like 10 foot tall, so he's pretty big. As he grows, his dinosaur features, his dinosaur stuff becomes more pronounced. He gets more like stegosaur features, such as plates on his back and a spiky tail. He can hold his breath for a few minutes in space, jumps high, he can run on all fours, he's very heavy, he has a strong roar, he can clap his hands to make shockwaves like the Hulk. It's all the same stuff. Humungosaur is C tier because he's lower than Forearms. He's like Forearms, but not as good. No, maybe, no, he's B tier. He's at least as good as Forearms. Who is next? Okay, next we have Jet Ray. So before Stinkfly was like the flying one. Well, in this series, basically the way it works is that in the first series, Ben had a playlist of aliens, but then he like gives up the Omnitrix, and then he gets the Omnitrix back when the new series starts. So he has a new playlist. All of his old aliens at the beginning of the show are locked to him, and he's not allowed to use them anymore because the Omnitrix doesn't like him sometimes. So he has to use this new set of aliens. Jet Ray is the new one that flies. But Jet Ray is way fucking faster. Like, Jet Ray, can fly in space, unlike any of the other flying aliens, like Stinkfly or whatever. And, like, these gill slits on his torso are, like, rocket propulsion. He like, launches rockets out. Otherwise, he's like a pterodactyl, basically. Oh, yeah, also he has laser eyes. I forgot that he has laser eyes. Jet Ray is Ben's fastest flyer. He flies at supersonic speeds, maneuver through the air with no flapping, accelerates at high speed, he can create a sonic boom, he can fly through space, he has a short wingspan, he can launch blasts from his eyes and his tail that knock down stuff. Let's see. He can fly into space from the ground. He has prehensile feet and can carry stuff pretty easily. Jet Ray can go underwater. He can start fires. He's immune to electricity, which is interesting. Jet Ray's weaknesses is he can hurt himself. Let's see. Jet Ray is vulnerable to strong winds, apparently. Jet Ray cannot walk well, because he's a flying creature. Jet Ray is slower than Accelerate, which is interesting. And he has a weakness to magic. I think Jet Ray's design is really ugly. D tier. C tier. He's strong, but I think the design is pretty ugly. This is one of the better, like, eras of design, but they got a few in there that aren't that good. But, good thing is, the next one we're gonna look at is one of the best ones. So this, okay, that design of Big Chill is not good. This is Big Chill. He's Big Chillin'. He's a Necrophrygian. So basically, he is a Mothman with ice powers and ghost powers. He's epic. So there's this really cool thing. I want to highlight this. Like, this guy, unlike all of the other flyers, has massive wings compared to the size of his body. Like, wings big enough you could actually fly with them. Smash, smash? Yeah. So when his wings would get in the way when he's walking. So the animators did this cool thing where he can fold his wings, but instead of folding them on his back like most earth bugs do, they fold over his body to make like this really cool cloak that I think is really awesome. Because they're supposed to be from like an ice planet. So he like throws his wings over himself to keep himself warm, sort of like clothes. I don't know, I think it's really badass. So Big Chill is capable of breathing a wind or beam that reduces the air temperature and freezes things, encases things completely in ice, makes a strong wind. He can make things brittle. He can fly using his wings. Similar to Ghost Freak, though, which this is something I don't understand why they gave him this power. Like, this is a cool ability. Big Chill can become intangible and walk through walls. And anything he walks through freezes. I don't get it. I sort of think that this power should have been reserved for somebody else. And Big Chill should have just been like, he can fly and he can breathe ice, and that stuff. But this guy can breathe ice and fly and walk through walls. He also has some amount of cryokinesis, so he can move ice with his mind. He can go underwater and in the vacuum of space. He can levitate without his wings, for some reason. Oh yeah, also, one of Big Chill's, canon, things is that his species eats metal for some reason. So he can just, like, eat things made of metal. I don't really know why his species eats metal, but they do. Yeah, he's weak to other things that can also go intangible. He's vulnerable to hypnosis, electricity, I'm assuming fire, magic. Yeah, Big Chill, is really awesome. A tier. I love Big Chill. I love Big Chillin'. Okay, who else is here? Who else we got? Okay, next we have Chroma Stone. So earlier I mentioned there was a time in which they tried to introduce a better version of our S tier boy Diamond Head. So this was supposed to be their better version of Diamond Head. Chroma Stone is apparently a one-of-a-kind special version of Diamond Head species. Let me see. Crystal, blah, 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 blah. So, Chroma Stone is more or less like the Jesus of Diamond Head species. He can manipulate, basically he can do much of the things Diamond Head can do. He can, like, make crystals and shoot crystals, but his main thing is he can manipulate all types of energy. Lasers, electricity, mana, electromagnetic radiation, ultraviolet light, cosmic rays. They go through his body and he can redirect them and shoot them. He can melt through things with them. He shoots big beams. His thing is beams. He can get through force fields. What does he can do? He's got strong stuff. His weaknesses. He cannot absorb electricity when he's in water. He has a limit to the energy he can absorb. Blah, blah, blah. Chroma Stone cannot absorb gooey things. And then there's this whole story about Chroma Stone, but basically, Ben, much like Ghost Freak, loses access to Chroma Stone, because of a thing that happens in an episode. And Chroma Stone is one of a kind. Unfortunately, I don't think Chroma Stone is that good, D tier. I don't like him. Like, maybe the concept was there, but I don't like the episode that he features in. Brainstorm. So, you know how I said that this show only has like 10 superpowers? Yeah, so remember how before we had a frog that was super smart? Here we have a crab, but it's super smart, and both of its designs are ugly. Wait, let me look at the species, because I thought, oh yeah, they're a Cerbero crustacean. That's what they are. So, its cranium holds an immense brain, giving it super massive intelligence like gray matter. They can solve difficult calculations, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, his IQ is some crazy, impossible big number. But Brainstorm, the reason it's Brainstorm is it's not only super smart, but because the neuron firing is in its brain are so powerful, it can shoot and control electricity with its mind. Which one is this? This is Brainstorm. This is Brainstorm. Yeah, so he can electrocute things. But the thing is, he can only shoot these electrical blasts by opening his brain armor. Pass? Yeah, pass. So this seems like an obvious reason that this one sucks. Ooh, thanks for the refill. And the posture check. And the snack. This seems like an obvious reason this one sucks, is to use some of its main abilities. It has to remove the, like, armor plates surrounding its actual brain. That sounds like it would be a problem, doesn't it? That sounds like that would not evolve because it would biologically be a problem. It can create electric field waves. It can use its electrokinesis to telekinetically move anything that is metal. Its weaknesses. It gets headaches from sound. Oh, Brainstorm. Ben's Brainstorm is even more arrogant than Ben is. because their entire species has like a natural arrogance even more than the Galvins do, because they're the smartest species in the universe, smarter than the Galvins, and they're so smart that that's their weakness, is that they think they're smarter than everyone. Let's see. Brainstorm can breathe underwater, but water shorts out his electric powers. Yeah, so the reason his brain creates such strong electricity that unless his skull is literally open while he uses electrical attacks, he will injure his own brain, which is how Dr. Psychobos was defeated. Wow. I kind of like Brainstorm despite him being just another previous alien but more powerful. The tacos weren't as good as I thought they'd be. Oh no, that's sad. Okay, I mean, Brainstorm isn't just, like, gray matter, but more powerful. Brainstorm is like, okay, well, this, like, battery alien didn't work that well. At this point, though, that's the thing, is they already had battery alien. And then they were like, no, we need a better electrical alien. So they were like, okay, well, here's Frankenstein's monster, but with electric pylons. And then they were like, well, okay, but what if we did, like, gray matter, but as a crab, and its, like, brain shoots electricity? That's why it's, like, kind of, it's C or D tier for me. I think it's D tier, honestly. It's valid that you like it, though, Ark. I think it could be good. I just don't like its design that much. Its design is sort of ugly. If they made it less ugly, it might be good. Okay, next. Oh, wait, no, not that one. That's not who I meant to click on. Stupid ads getting in my way. Where's these? I'm going to go insane. Okay, next we have Spider Monkey, which is one that was chronically underused, I think. So, Spider Monkey is literally, what if you combined the traits of a monkey and a spider very literally? What if you literally combine... Their species name is even Arachnochimp. So Spider-Man... He's Spider-Man, basically. So out of his tail, he shoots spider webs. Literally just, like, super strong spider webs that he can swing around on. He has, you know, 4 arms that are really strong that he swings around on. And he has his little legs. I think the scenes with Brainstorm are fun, a lot of which might be because of how arrogant he is. Yeah, so Spider Monkey is just underused, I think. Iconic? Yeah. I think they used... The thing is, they used Ultimate Spider Monkey more, which Ultimate Spider Monkey is worse. So Spider Monkey, yeah, he shoots webs from his tail that were stated to be strong as steel. They're sticky, highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. His paws can stick to and scale completely vertical surfaces. He's super strong. He web slings like Spider-Man without difficulty. He's very agile and acrobatic. He's somewhat durable. All of his feet and his tail are prehensile. So he can grab anything with anything. He can carry a bunch of stuff with his extra hands. He has good hearing. Let's see. He can get tangled in his own webs. His webs aren't basically immune to everything. Oh, his natural predator is a root shark. Argit. Fucking Argit. These things keep mentioning Argit. Argit is his own ball of fucking stupidness. Spider Monkey, I think, is an A-tier design. It is sort of just like, what if Forearms was a spider? But I like it that they actually went with, we're going to make a monkey with too many arms and too many eyes. Like, very literally, too many arms and too many eyes. Oh, next is one of my favorites. Okay. Next is one of my absolute favorites, I think. Yes! The next one is Goop! It's Goop! We're finally a Goop! Okay, Goop is fucking great. Goop is, like, immediate S tier. Especially this design. This design for Goop is sort of stupid, but this one is good. Okay. So, Goop is indestructible. You can't defeat him. He can generate slime from any part of him. He's made of slime. It can either be acidic or adhesive. He can shoot streams of it. He can make himself acidic or sticky at will. I actually don't remember what Argit or whatever it is called. Argit is a villain later in the series. Well, he's like a frenemy later in the series. Goop is another personal S tier for me. I'm glad you agree. Yeah. Okay. So, Goop... The thing with Goop is he's a liquid that can control its viscosity at will, basically. Smash? Yeah, Goop is an easy smash. Obviously. Goop can control his thickness at will, but you see this little, like, UFO pod above his head? The reason that Goop has a UFO pod is that Goop comes from a like, planet, that doesn't have much, like, gravitational force. So it being able to control its viscosity at will, it can do whatever. But on high gravity planets, Goop is literally a puddle. Even if it turns itself, like, really viscous, it can't be, like, more viscous than Jello. So it's literally a puddle. So the Omnitrix, to make Goop usable, has made this UFO thing that floats above it, that puts a, like, zero gravity field on it so that it can, like, jump around in gravity. Which is another one of those, if the Omnitrix is going to make, like, technology that makes the aliens better, why does Ripjaws not have a fucking breathing apparatus? I don't know. Anyway, Goop is epic. Yeah, he's made of slime. He's... I mean, basically any power you can think of being made of slime. He can, like, move... He can move through any object that is smaller than the Omnitrix. Or that is, larger than the Omnitrix, I mean. Goop, if... Without being, like, an Omnitrix transformation, if it was just Goop, it could move through any object, no matter how small. Or move through any, like, space. Yeah, justice for Ripjaw. It could move through any space no matter how small, but because of the Omnitrix, he can only move through spaces, that are, at least larger than the Omnitrix, so Bin can get through. But, so he can move through anything. Yeah, his weaknesses is he has an anti-gravity projector, so if it gets more than 2 feet away from him, or, it gets, turned off, or, broken, or, like, thrown into outer space, Goop becomes a puddle that can't move. Yeah, so basically you can one-shot kill Goop by, like, shooting its gravity projector, and then Goop can't use. Goop isn't all that fast. Goop can only regenerate so quickly. It can be sucked into things. Yeah, Goop is basically, like, just unkillable by anything. Like, even if you destroy its, like, gravity projector, it's not dead, it's just a puddle that can't fight you. But Goop is an easy S tier because Goop is so fun. Like, Goop is just really fun. We might later watch videos of Goop fighting, because Goop fights really cool. Okay, so next, we have to discuss this guy. This is Alien X. This is where the power creep in Bin 10 reaches obscene levels. So Alien X is a celestial sapien. The celestial sapiens are basically the gods of the Bin 10 universe. And they created everything we know it. And their superpower is that they control reality at will. So you know how, like, the Infinity Gauntlet has such strong control over reality powers that with a single snap it can wipe out half of all humanity? So Alien X is that embodied. It's a transformation for Bin that can literally do anything in the universe with a single snap. with a single movement of its arms. Yeah, Alien X is both the best and worst thing in Ben 10. That's true. So with a single movement of his arm, Alien X can literally delete the entire universe. He can also create an entirely new universe with just a movement of his arm. But the way that they balance Alien X and Ben 10 is that this entire species, the reason that they aren't in charge of the galaxy is that because they're immortal, the way that their mind works is very slow, and more or less, they have two brains. This is represented in a weird way in the show. But Celestial Sapiens basically have two brains, that always disagree with each other, and Alien X can only move if both minds agree with each other. But the two minds hate each other. So the species can survive fine because they're immortal and immune to everything. So if it takes them like 50 years to decide to take a step, that's fine. But like for the simple process of deciding to take one step, a Celestial Sapien has to have a screaming match in its own head for 50 years to make that decision. When Ben becomes a Celestial Sapien, the way the Omnitrix makes it work is Alien X, Ben Celestial Sapien, has the same two minds that it instinctually would have, but Ben becomes a third mind. Alien X technically gets three, exactly. So Ben gets to be a third mind in the head, but when Ben is turned into Alien X, with a few exceptions, Alien X just stands there like a rock. It's just a statue. It's a statue that looks like a cool galaxy. The thing is that, like, Alien X is immune to basically every type of damage, so it being a statue is not that much of a weakness, other than whatever Ben is doing, cannot get done. And that becomes a problem because the Omnitrix only gives Ben access to Alien X, when, like, the universe is about to end, because that's how powerful it is. And, like, giving it to an especially reckless 15-year-old is kind of, dumb. But so when Ben is Alien... Pass? Yeah. So when Ben is Alien X, there's these two minds that are constantly arguing, and Ben has to convince them both to agree to whatever he wants, to get anything done as Alien X. Here's the thing, though. The two minds hate each other. The only thing they hate more than each other is Ben, right? Because Ben is like a pompous 15-year-old who's like, ha, I've just transformed into God. And then these two bits in his mind are like, ew, you stupid, annoying kid, get out of my head. And then the other one's like, ugh, you pompous little prick, go die, right? And so Ben has to convince the two halves of Alien X to agree, to get anything done, which makes him really interesting. So his power, he's described as omnipotent, being able to warp reality, time, and space with ease at any level he wishes. His thoughts can become real. Alien X can do anything. Alien X can create and recreate an entire universe at will. Superhuman strength and skill with hand-to-hand combat. It's invulnerable, completely unarmed when the universe was destroyed around him. So at one point, Ben turned into Alien X, and this space, basically, this space bomb, destroyed literally the entire universe. It, like, created basically, like, a black hole that ate the entirety of the known universe, and Alien X just kind of stood there when the universe got hit by it and was like, oh, that's a problem. So, yeah, it's immune to everything. It can create time waves to reverse events. It can self-duplicate, fly at light speed, can create anything, telekinesis, energy attacks, X-ray vision, timeline destruction. It can regenerate limbs, shapeshift, grow to any size it wants. But to do anything, Ben has to convince the two warring gods, basically. Which is, it's a really fun concept, but it means that the writers of the universe can retcon literally anything by going like, oh, well, the universe got destroyed, and then Ben recreated it with Alien X, so anything that changed, like character designs, or what the canon powers of things are, is like, well, Ben didn't remember them properly, so when they were recreated by Alien X, they were different. Which is kind of broken. Alien X is super broken, but the scenes of him warring in his head are funny. There's a couple of scenes in the entire show, where the two, like, warring gods in Alien X, Ben convinces them through whatever means, to give him what they call, like, total control, which means that Ben functions as the only brain inside of Alien X for a while, so instead of taking 50 years to decide to take a step, he can actually just, like, control it like it's his own body, and he can just be like, oh, well, I'll punch you in the face with the power of like 17,000 supernovas, and then I'll rewind time to undo it so I can do it again. Alien X, we need a new tier for Alien X. I can't, like... Alien X cannot have a tier? Why'd you bonk me? X. There, Alien X gets its own tier. Alien X, like, obviously goes in God tier for power. Its design is okay, but, like, it does not functionally count as any of these, because Alien X is more a plot device than an alien transformation that Ben can do. Like, you do not have, like, fights as Alien X. You have arguments with the brain gods. But that also explains why there aren't, like, other celestial sapiens out there, like, saving the universe. Because one of the two minds inside of every celestial sapien... can you put Cannonball in B tier? I put Cannonball in B tier? I did. I did do that. I don't like its design that much. But yeah, the reason that, like, the universe keeps getting destroyed or being put under threat without Celestial Sapien saving it is one of the minds in every Celestial Sapien is, like, we must not affect the nature of the universe. So, like, things just happen. Ow. Why are you canceling me for that? It just doesn't look that good. Okay, Nanomech. I believe Nanomech was introduced in the live-action Ben 10 movie originally. Yeah, it was. Nanomech is weird. Is a sample of nanochip human hybrid. Interesting. I didn't know it was a human hybrid nanochip. I threw a banana. Okay. Nanomech is 1 centimeter tall, at full size. So, Nanomech is a combination of a nanobot and Ant-Man, basically. His like tallest size is 1 centimeter, and he can shrink from there. He can fly with his wings. Nanomech can reduce his size at will to be microscopic. He cannot grow any larger, though. He can launch energy from his hands. He has the ability to adapt to his opponents, which is interesting. Him being, like, mechanical means that he can understand machinery and tech, sort of like what gray matter can do. blah blah blah. He's a technological being. It is possible for a galvanic mechamorph to fuse with it, even though it's so small that I don't know if that would matter. Its minuscule size can be a slight problem sometimes, even though it's so small that anything being able to hit it is unlikely. It can't fly in small winds. And Nanomech is weak to magic. Ow. I'm bored. They are all just computer alums now? No, they're not. They're not just all computers. Where's Nanomech? Is Nanomech not here? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Nanomech goes in B tier. C tier? I mean, no, Nanomech goes in B tier. I would rather be upgrade anytime, but whatever. Like, if I got to pick, I wouldn't, but, like, if I was Bin, I also wouldn't get to pick half the time. That's kind of the point. Okay, so next we have Lodestar, the magnet alien. Lodestar has a pretty interesting design, I think. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Yeah, Lodestar, is a floaty boy. He's got a floaty boy head. So, Lodestar projects magnetic fields, overloads electrical service, can magnetize anything ferromagnetic, even mechanical beings. He can block certain attacks with them. He can destroy any metal substance at will. He can regenerate. So he has this ability, where if you, like, blast him to pieces, because he's, like, just a bunch of chunks of metal, he can, like, reform himself using magnets. Magnokinesis. Yeah, he can levitate. He's pretty durable. He can do electrokinesis a little bit. Lodestar. Oh, this is like a funny little power that I think they mentioned in like one episode. Lodestar automatically acts as a compass because he can like feel the Earth's electromagnetic field stronger than people can. D tier next. Not D tier. Oh yeah, Lodestar can survive the vacuum of space because his head is like not a real head. Interestingly. I think Lodestar is he as low down as Jet Ray? Yeah, they don't make good use of it. There's too many aliens with electric powers is the problem. Too many of them have electric powers. Like, they're all so similar. And I know electricity, like, electromagnetism is one of the best superpowers. But, like, there are other powers you could come up with at some point. Okay. And next, the last one introduced in Alien Force, Wrath. Wrath is literally supposed to be like Wolverine, but he's also a combination of a tiger and a wrestler. That's what he is. Wrath looks like Wolverine. I literally just said that. Wrath is Wolverine. So the joke with Wrath is that he's stupid. Personality. He resembles that of a comic book vigilante and a stereotypical professional wrestler. The joke is that he's angry. His name is Wrath because he's angry and stupid. Also, unlike most of the aliens, like, most of the aliens talk like Ben. Everyone knows Tokustar is the best. It's definitely one of the best. Yeah, and welcome to the stream. I already put way big in S tier. But yeah, so the joke with Wrath is that when Ben is most aliens, he can speak normally. Useless cat when forearms exist. He's kind of useless, but at this point, Ben cannot access forearms. But also, Ben talks in the third person as Wrath, when he transforms into him. So the thing is supposed to be, that this species, what is this species called again? The Apopalexium. So they have such strong instincts. They have such strong natural instincts that Bin cannot refer to himself as Bin while in that form. So he talks in the third person and always goes, Wrath is angry. Wrath will fight you. Wrath will destroy you, puny mortals, because Wrath is the strongest of all. I am Wrath. Wrath is the best. Oh yeah, he does do the let me tell you something. He does do let me tell you something about Wrath. He's just fucking stupid. He has super strength. He has a combat advantage. He's pretty tough. He has unbridled aggression, which gives him the psychological edge in combat. There are very few things Wrath fears, and many opponents find it difficult to beat him if he is in rage. He has a large retractable claw on his wrist. So he is literally Wolverine. Let's see. He has strong bites. He's pretty durable. He can run fast enough to run on walls. He can roar. He has enough balance to balance a giant yarn ball while riding a unicycle. He is not very smart, but he's very good at fighting. I really like Wrath for the combat factor alone. Wrath Brain is hardwired for aggression, and as such, Wrath's main weakness is his lack of intelligence and highly aggressive temperament. He's easily distracted, he can't be stopped once he starts fighting, and he's shit at diplomacy. Wrath's stupidness convinces him to needlessly argue with inanimate objects. He's afraid of water. Let's see. He has decent hearing. Apparently there's a character who can control cats who just beats Wrath. Yeah, Wrath is easily D tier for me. What the fuck was that noise? There's some ad playing somewhere that's making a noise. Fucking ads. Oh, comedy, not combat. Comedy factor. I do like Wrath for the comedy factor. Wait, you would smash... you would smash Wrath? Oh, I mean, that makes sense for you. He'd be like, Wrath is excellent in bed. Wrath is very strong. Wrath will choke you the fuck out. He is a himbo. Yes. Jet and most of his chatter. I'm not a furry. I would not fuck Wrath. Phoebe would. That's not my problem. Okay, next we get to the Ultimate Aliens. Ultimate Alien didn't introduce that many, aliens. It mainly produced ultimate forms of aliens, which are a different thing that we'll go over later. He actually look kind of like Tony the Tiger. He is absolutely Tony the Tiger. So the next several that they introduce, they try to go very basic with the superpowers. So they have, like, easy to understand superpowers. No takebacks, we all heard it. You want to get dicked down by Frosted Flakes, man. They're great in bed. What's Alien X? I spent like 20 minutes explaining Alien X already. We explained Alien X. It's God. Alien X is God in the bit. Okay, so in the Ben 10 universe, there is an alien species that like live in like cosmic fields, like Nova fields or whatever, that are gods, and they can create and destroy anything in the universe at will. Like, think of like Infinity Gauntlet level power, like a snap of your finger can delete the universe kind of thing. They all have that power, but their weakness is that each one has like 2 brains that hate each other, and Alien X is only allowed to do like it's only able to do things when both minds are in agreement. So when Bin transforms into Alien X, he literally has the power to recreate the entire universe after the entire universe gets deleted. But he has to convince 2 alien gods that hate each other and hate him even more to agree before he's allowed to move. That's what Alien X is. Which is why Alien X gets its own tier, because Alien X is not like a transformation that Bin turns into to fight stuff. Alien X is a plot device. Okay, so next we have Water Hazard. Kind of not the best name, but it's a thing. I like this design for him better. So the thing is, the first several aliens that they introduce in this season, they actually came from a different galaxy. So the Omnitrix has a copy of the DNA of every compatible alien, and several incompatible aliens in the galaxy. So every alien species that Bing can turn up into up until this point is from our galaxy, or at least has one member or representative in our galaxy, such as Alien X. These guys are from the Andromeda Galaxy, so they're different. They're surprisingly humanoid from being from the Andromeda Galaxy. The unfortunate thing about Ben 10 is much like other series and games and stuff, as they go forward, the aliens get less and less alien, right? Like, the early ones, you have Upgrade and Stinkfly and Wild Mutt in the same batch, and then you have batches like this where everyone is humanoid to sell toys better and to make it easier to make the toys, which really annoys me. So they get downgraded points now. Water Hazard, you might be able to tell from his name, his power is water. It's very simple. I'm surprised that they haven't done it up until this point. He blasts pressurized water. Wow, sounds familiar. It'd be crazy if I could do that, if I could shoot high pressure water blasts from my fingertips. That would be totally weird and definitely not a thing that I can do as a supervillain. 10th image on Google shirts of Tony the Tiger's gay furry art. Yeah. He can change the temperature of his water from hot to cold. He can absorb moisture from the air. He's incredibly durable and has like an exoskeleton that protects him from damage. He's strong. He has a retractable visor built into his face, like Accelerate. I still think Ben 10 generally does a better job than a lot of other sci-fi series. Yeah. I mean, if you're comparing it to Star Trek, this is way more alien than a single thing in Star Trek. But it is just like a human guy wearing like chitin armor on his forearms and legs, and wearing like a big metal like hood, basically. Weaknesses. He's slippy. Let's see. He's vulnerable to certain energy attacks and electricity. Water Hazard isn't that bad, but... so I do think it's interesting that this is the first time that they introduce a water superpower. So he gets a bonus point for that, which puts him... Yeah, he's like the same as Guy and Lodestar. He's okay. Okay, so next we have Amphibian. Nobody ever pronounces this one right, but this one is Amphibian. Which clearly, as you can tell by the name, is based on a jellyfish. Except for it's not. I don't know why they couldn't think of a better name for it. Yes, these are the Amphibians. they have several powers. Let me look at them. Okay. So they can manipulate, produce, and absorb electricity. Wow, where have we seen that before? They can do an energy net. It has tentacle attacks. It can make itself intangible, like Big Chill and Ghost Freak. Wow, where have we seen that before? Where have we seen one of Ben Aliens get the ability to hover and walk through walls for no reason? Wow, it's almost like Big Chill and Amphibian can both hover and walk through walls for no real reason, and one of them is just an ice bug and the other is an electric jellyfish. Amphibian can fly, breathe underwater. It can safely discharge electricity underwater, unlike all of the other electric aliens, so that's the thing. Amphibian can become pure energy to enter electrical cables like Buzz Shock and Upgrade. Okay, so when we're talking about superpower, this is something I kind of want to rant about. We could have done it like Buzz Shock. Also, I don't know why Upgrade can do that, because that doesn't really make sense for Upgrade either. But that is my least favorite electricity power. Electricity is one of the most common superpowers, right? In fact, Spider-Man has two really famous villains that both have electricity powers. He looks friend-shaped. He is friend-shaped, that's for sure. But electricity is one of the most common superpowers. It's unfortunate that Amphibian's powers aren't unique because his design is cool. I agree with that. But electricity is so common that it's become common to give people electricity powers that don't make sense, right? Like, one thing that, Electro and, DC's, like, Electro equivalent and, even Superman Blue got this power for some reason. They get the ability to turn into electricity and thusly move through electrical cables and then re-assimilate themselves as, like, flesh on the other side. I hate that power so much because it makes less sense than any other super... Like, most of the other superpowers, you could give some explanation for how, by some form of odd biology, that is possible. That one is the most ridiculous and annoying. I hate that. Even just plain teleportation makes more sense than the, oh, you can turn into electricity just because you can control electricity. And it gets super bad because villains who didn't used to have that power, because there's a lot of electricity-based villains who used to just, like, shoot lightning bolts, then end up getting retconned into having that power too, because all of the writers see all of the other electrical characters have that power, and it's very, very annoying to me. If you think electricity is misused for powers, just look at flame powers. I discussed it slightly when we talked about Heat Blast, but that also annoys me. I think fire is more accurately used than electricity is, but, like, fire and thrust are not the same thing, right? Like, fire is a specific kind of heat-based plasma. What about the alien where he fuses heat wave and useless vine guy? Okay, no, those are not a bad fusion, and it's not a fusion, actually, really. It does have similar powers, but Swamp Fire was my favorite when I was a kid. Also, Swamp Fire is based on a real-life thing. Swamp Fire is based on how, in real life, swamps have methane vents due to the way that plants decompose in swamps. And so the methane, due to static electricity, lights on fire in real life. So swamp fire, or like actual swamps have fires that burn above them, these little fireballs. So that's what Swamp Fire is based on. It is like a rotting plant that shoots methane. It shoots like flaming methane out of itself, which is cool. This is less cool. But yeah, I don't know. I just think, like, yeah. I was talking about how fire and thrust aren't the same thing. Fire and thrust are not the same thing, okay? Fucking, apparently the Fantastic Four got confused about how thrust works because thrust looks like fire. Like, rocket thrust looks like fire. And ever since, fucking Johnny from Fantastic Four got that power, everyone who has fire powers is able to fly because fire is rockets, I guess? It doesn't make sense. The longer we go on, the lamer the aliens get. Yeah, what did you expect? Not all of them get lamer. Some of them do get better. But amphibian... Its design gets it bumped up to here. Otherwise, it would be down here with these other useless electrical clone guys. Generally, yeah, but there's definitely a few standouts in this batch. There is. We're getting to them. We're getting closer to them. Okay, so next is Armadillo. Armadillo, is pretty interesting. He doesn't look that interesting. Ah, fucking ass. He looks like a generic, sort of like... He has an armadillo face and he looks like an armored guy. But... also he's 10 foot tall. Where is he? So Armadillo's arms are literal mechanical jackhammers, and he can turn his, like, hands into, like, drills. What do you mean, pass? I'm already bored. Strong guy with jackhammers, literally one niche. I sleep. I mean, that is sort of his niche, as you can tell from his name. His hands are jackhammer drills. He can tunnel through the earth at insane speeds. He's very durable because he has hard armor. He can make earthquakes. Let's see. He can extend his hands with his, like, jackhammer thing. Shockwaves. Let's see. Apparently he can suffocate. He's weak to electricity for some reason, which doesn't make sense. He's a ground type, clearly. Yo, what if we did a stream where we put every Bin 10 alien as a fucking, as a Pokemon type? Half these motherfuckers can make earthquakes. Yeah, but, okay, so they say that, like, Forearms can make earthquakes. What they mean is that Forearms can, like, make a shockwave. Armadillo can, like, make an earthquake. It's slightly different, because he has, like, slight telekinesis. Although I agree with the generic super strength aliens being the boring ones. Yeah. What, you would smash Armadillo? Hold up, he's just a giant vibrator? He is a giant vibrator, yes. Not even going to rewatch the series because the tier list showed me that it gets... No, the series does not get bad. As the series goes on, the storytelling gets better. You should watch it because the storytelling gets better. Just because not all of the aliens are that good, the thing is, like, sometimes when Ben has access to these new aliens, he's still mostly using, like, Diamond Head Forearms and Upgrade half the time. Like, some of these aliens show up literally in, like, 2 total episodes just so they can be toys. Most of them do not impact the series. The ones that you, like, see more, like, this guy gets seen a little bit more. There's some others, but, it gets... The storytelling, for the most part, is good. The main issue is, much like Pokemon, in each, like, series, they make a new gimmick, and then as soon as that series is over and the next series starts, that gimmick is gone and there's another new gimmick, but those are just to sell the toys. I've realized Forearms looks like a PE teacher. He does. The series itself actually gets really good, even if the aliens themselves aren't as interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, when you have, like, fucking these guys to compare yourself with, it only sort of can get, like, even, like, this guy has a really interesting design. His powers just aren't that good. If they gave him other powers, it would be fine. Like, if they're like, oh, this guy can breathe underwater and walk through walls, so he is just, like, a better version of, like, Fishman and Ghost Freak, then it would be fine. But the electricity being his main power is where he gets thrown down. But the next guy is actually really good. The next guy is Terra Spin. Terra Spin is a fucking smexy ass motherfucker. So Terra Spin is obviously like a turtle, but his elemental ability, because these four are all based on a specific element, this guy's elemental ability is air. So he can launch like blasts of air out of these holes in the bottom of his shell, and his like legs fuse into another one of these blade like things, like his arms are, and so he's like he's like a hover helicopter thing that shoots air out of the bottom of his shell. It's really cool. Helicopter. Yeah, he's a helicopter. He can create wind blasts and tornadoes. He's retracted in his shell. His limbs rotate at high speeds. His rotating limbs are propellers. He can put out fires, redirect objects. He's pretty strong. He is very durable. But he has flippers, so he doesn't have that much dexterity. His arms are very sharp while he's spinning, so he can cut you with his arms. His shell is crazy durable. Let's see. And apparently Terra Spin can use magic. But yeah, apparently Terra Spin is also good at mana manipulation. So Terra Spin, I think, actually goes up into A tier. I like Terra Spin. Him Spinny. Yeah! Jet likes this one because it's a water animal. This one is literally a jellyfish, okay? My primary weapon is a jellyfish, and I don't like the jellyfish one as much as I like the turtle one. You put actual shark in B tier. Yo, we're gonna get to other aquatic animals in a bit. It'll be funny. Okay, after these four, we have NRG. NRG is actually really cool. He looks ugly. Can we have a picture of him in his other form for a second, please? There it is. There's his other form. So he has two forms. This one is a suit that the Omnitrix gives him. To contain him, because he's a being made of pure plasma and radiation. So it puts him in this, like, suit to make him less powerful, and so he doesn't instantly kill everything he touches. But Bin can actually take off the suit, and become this form. Also, NRG has a Russian accent. Cause he's radiation, get it? So he fires radioactive energy beams through his containment suit, which can melt basically everything. He can channel his heat to make volcanoes erupt. Rotom F tier. What? Rotom S tier. Excuse you. Let's see. NRG suit is fireproof. It's made of metal. He's immune to he's quite strong. He's immune to radiation and heat. He can melt ice. He's immune to necrophrygian breath. Let's see. He cannot be lead poisoned, apparently. His true form. All of his powers get stronger, and he can fly and phase through some things. NRG can manipulate energy at a higher level, and he can consume any type of energy to increase his power level. He throws fireballs. He can glow. He can absorb basically every sort of electric blast. And apparently he can breathe underwater despite being made of energy. I don't quite get that one, but okay. Chat, how high he rated Pikachu and Gardevoir, and then you'll agree with me. Pikachu and Gardevoir... Wait, Gardevoir is like S tier. Pikachu is like, not good tier. I put Pikachu in hate tier because Pikachu gets overhyped. I think I put, like, the evolutions of Pikachu there, like, above mid tier. So, I just don't like the fact that Pikachu is on all the packages. It messes with the type synergy of Pokemon, okay? But we're talking about Ben 10 today. Due to the dangerous radiation his body gives off, NRG has to stay in his suit, otherwise everybody around him will die. It removes several of his abilities, like, NRG's really agile, but in his suit, he's like a rock. And he can't fly. His suit can be damaged, but not by very many things. Let's see. NRG is vulnerable to carbon, because, carbon dampening rods can can slow down nuclear reactions. So if you, like, shoot him with a carbon rod, he will probably die. And in enough water, he is weakened. I guess that's a fair reason. Yes, exactly. Okay, so NRG, I think, is... A or B tier... B? A. B. It's so hard. I think he's B tier. Okay. Let's see who's next. Oh, shit. Okay. Next we have one that I really hate. Okay, so next we have Fast Track. Fast Track was when they were like, hey, you know how we have that other alien whose power is already super speed? But, like, we're now on a design riff where we think monsters are stupid, because the toys of humanoid things sell fractionally better. So, like, what if we just make a furry version of the Flash, and call that a separate alien from Accelerate, and give it a worse name in every way, and call it Fast Track? Pass? Yeah. Fast Track is literally just worse Accelerate. He has high speed, agility, and reflexes. He can give himself a speed boost. He can jump high. He has speed regen. He's somewhat strong. He's pretty dexterous. He has very good balance. He has a good sense of direction. Fast Track doesn't stop good if he runs too fast. Fast Track is slower than Accelerate. So, this is literally just Fast Track, or just Accelerate, but worse, right? Fast Track is literally just Accelerate, but with a less interesting design, rip-off color scheme, and slower. He's slower than Accelerate. What is even the point? Like, if you're gonna make another one with super speed, at least make it, like, cooler than Accelerate. Why is there a foot pick? Because this illustrates that his main weakness is, anything slippery. So, if you put water on the ground, he falls down. Can we at least agree this one is trash? Yeah. Also being feline, he can be, mind controlled by the cat mind controller. And unlike Accelerate, Fast Track does not have zero friction running. So he actually has to move his feet while running, unlike Accelerate. Just bad Accelerate. No, we need a new tier for this, actually. This is a new tier. Add a row below. Okay, you are fucking... What is below? Oh, you're blue tier. Same, but worse. Fast Track. That's a mood. Like, literally just worse. Not better in any ways. Okay, next we have Chameleon. It's not chameleon, it's camo chameleon, so it's Chameleon. Let's see, what's his deal? He's Merlin a sapien, whatever. Let's see. His camouflage. He's capable of blending in with the color of his surroundings and appears invisible. Invisibility and camouflage are different powers, but sure, Ben 10. He's agile, flexible, can climb up walls and along the ground. He has sharp teeth and claws. He has a smooth, slippery body. His long, retractable barb that comes out of the tip of his tail. Enhanced strength, can push a car or a Vulpomancer. Let's see. His weaknesses is he can be tracked by certain senses. He's not actually invisible. His camouflage can be rendered useful by carrying something or being covered in, like, powder. So, yeah, not that good. I wish they'd done more with this. I mean, this one is meant to be, like, a stealth transformation for Ben. Now, I want to watch Ben 10. You should. This is really just, like, a stealth transformation. This is... like, oh, it's slippery and can walk on walls and turn invisible. But it's not that interesting, and I don't like the, like, chromatic eyes. Not that interesting, but at least it's not another electric or super strength, and it's not that human. I don't like that it walks on 2 legs, but other than that, yeah, it's fine. It's not like an F tier design, it's just not my favorite. Let's see, where you go. You're not D tier. Probably C tier. I like you less than Energy. Honestly, I like him less than Upchuck, but that's just because Upchuck has a fun name to say. Upchuck's name is better than its concept. Yeah, so these aliens down here are a big mixed bag. But next we have Edel. So Edel, remember Upchuck and how his ability is he can eat anything? So, well, let me introduce you to Edel. Also, this version of Edel looks stupid. I think there was, like, a puberty between them or something. Edel has the ability to eat anything, and then convert the materials into energy and shoot laser beams. The beam, cuts strong things. He's a battering ram. His jaws can chew up steel. He can withstand things with his armor. He has sharp claws and can climb walls. He can jump pretty good. Apparently, has a blind spot. He can only eat so much. Edel is very heavy. Upchuck is the grossest name. It is. But it's funnier than Edel. Upchuck is just Edel, but funny. Yeah, so... Upchuck is, like, a riff on the ability that Kirby has. That it has, like, a pocket dimension in its stomach, and it can eat anything, and then it can throw up that thing, as, like, a powerful, like, ball of, like, energy. Edel does that, but it directly converts, like, matter to energy, and shoots lasers out of its face when it eats. It's just less fun, is the thing about Edel. So, honestly, Edel doesn't go insane, but worse. Yeah, Edel goes insane, but worse. Like, I don't think Edel's very memorable. It showed up in, like, 2 episodes. It's not that good. Okay, so next we have another one of the aliens that, like Alien X, is more of a plot device than a transformation. This is Clockwork, the Chronosapien. You know how Celestial Sapiens can control the universe at will? This is Clockwork. He's a Chronosapien. Can you guess what his power is? He can control time at will. But also, being that he is a like living robot, he can be combined with Upgrade. Let's see. Clockwork can fire time rays, which have various effects, like sending people back in time or aging them into dust. Restoring individuals who have been erased from time, sending people into different timelines, reverting people into a previous state and immobilizing them. Like turning them into babies, basically. He can slow down time to make it look like Clockwork is super fast. By rotating the key on its head, it can create hologram-like projections of the past. It's pretty strong. It can undo time bombs. He's robotic, so he can survive in the vacuum of space. He can rotate his head around like an owl. He has a precise sense of time. He can be fused with a mechamorph. He can be fused with Upgrade, making him stronger and faster. Apparently his hands can turn into drills. Clockwork can travel through time. He can sense other Chronosapien powers. He can perform temporal consciousness conversion, which means that you can basically mind swap people with a younger version of themselves. That is more of a stupid plot device to make 11-year-old Ben 10 be in like 16-year-old Ben 10's body. Clockwork is a standout, though. His time powers are cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's a lot of power. It is. Also, the way it cheats at super speed is really funny to me. Oh, I love the concept of cheating super speed. I really like the idea of, like, using time manipulation, as a counter to super speed. Like, oh, well, the Flash thinks he can beat me. Well, you know, I can activate, like, a time device, that distorts space-time around me, so actually I can move faster than the Flash or whatever. That's fun, but it like Alien X is too powerful for Ben. Like 15-year-old reckless Ben 10 gets the abilities of a time god. Also, speaking of, for those that are in chat who haven't watched the whole series yet, there's this character who is not really an alien, who is a standout, who is related to the time powers thing. How many are left? A few. There is this character, that is supposed to be sort of a riff, on, Doctor Who, who, is really cool. They introduced him in the original series, and they sort of don't explore him, but at the end of the final series he comes back and is like super crazy and awesome. He's a real standout. You should pay attention for him. Yeah, okay, Clockwork's pretty durable, but Clockwork's head key is hit, he can be stunned. He has a large body with short legs, so he's not very fast and has low stamina. That's not what I meant to click. Oh yeah, they can't attack things made of rock because they're immune to aging. His time powers can create ripple effects that fuck everything. He's magnetic. Yeah. Clockwork goes in X tier. Because Clockwork is just the time equivalent. Like, Alien X can also do time, but Clockwork is just, like, a very slightly less powerful version of the same concept. Ow, why'd you throw shit at me? How many are left? On the list here, there's a few. We can count how many are left. Let's see, we just did Clockwork. So we have 2 more for this series. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And I'm going to do these ones, 25, 26, 27. So we have 27 more to go. Okay, after Clockwork is Shock Squatch. Hey, can you guess by his name and design what his fucking deal is? Hey, can you guess what his fucking deal is, Shock Squatch? This design, I don't understand why he ever had that design. That design was ugly. But this design is ugly in a different way, but it's better. At least this one, like, reads as an electric alien. Another banana. Something like that. Shock Squatch. He fires electricity from his body. He can telekinetically move metal objects. He's very agile and can jump good. He can make a sort of electric force field. He can shock things. He's physically very strong. Ow. Bear. Oh, that's a lot more than I originally thought. Yeah. Ow. Another computer alien. No, this one's not a computer. This one, Shock Squatch is not a computer, okay? There are several computer aliens. Shock Squatch is not one of them. Shock Squatch is more like a Pokemon type of electricity, not like a computer type. Like, he shoots lightning out of his hands and is a giant ape. Not even that, just another electricity one, which is even less interesting. Yeah, not only is it another electrical one, this one is literally, his two superpowers are electricity and super strength. It is literally a combination of Forearms and any of the other electrical ones. It's electricity Forearms. That's all it is. It's a big ape with electricity. It's bad. Weaknesses. It's helpless if it's insulated. It's vulnerable to magic. It's weak against enemies who drain electricity. It can resist freezing and radiation, because it is a Sasquatch. What the fuck is Look, Shock Squatch, here's the deal. You're almost at the top of same but worse. This is where same but worse starts to get filled up with things, because there's several that are same but worse. Okay, the next one we have, I think, is really interesting conceptually, which is Jury Rig. Okay, so Jury Rig, obviously looks like a devil, which is pretty interesting. Jury Rig is to gray matter, what a, like, what a garage, like, scientist, what a garage engineer is to a NASA engineer. So, like, gray matter is really smart, so can immediately build machines and understand machines because of how smart it is. Jury Rig is not that smart, but can immediately build any sort of machine, and it will work as strict. So, like, you know, if you told gray matter to build a rocket ship out of a car, gray matter would be like, there is a 0.000000007 to the, like, umpteen 10,000th that plan would actually work. And Upgrade would just, like, combine with the car and make it a rocket ship. Jury Rig would have already built a rocket ship out of a car by the time that gray matter finished listing the amount of zeros in how unlikely that is to work. Personally really like this one because it's essentially only used in the same situation when Upgrade would, which just means it's less screen time for Upgrade. I agree with that, but it's really funny, right? It is supposed to be a counter to, like, all of the genius ones that are like, I could do anything, I'm a super genius. This one's like, I'm a fucking idiot, and I can... It's MacGyver. It's supposed to be MacGyver. It's like, well, I can build a laser cannon out of 3 toothpicks and a AA battery. Ow, Chuni, why'd you bonk me? It's like, oh, I can build a laser cannon out of 3 toothpicks and a AA battery. It's like, oh, okay. Let's see. It has the ability to completely disassemble any machinery in mere seconds, fitting to its gremlin appearance. Despite it being harder for him to do due to his craving to destroy things, Jurystrick can construct complex machinery from scratch at a similar rate. But can you? What do you mean? Can I what? Can I what? Yeah, Jury-Rig is also prone to destroying things, and anything Jury-Rig is, like, any of the other aliens would build something, any of the other smart ones would build something, that's good. This one would build something that is, like, bad, but it works. It has enhanced strength for its size. Who would have guessed? The thing is, they list all of the aliens as having an enhanced strength, but, like, maybe they don't have enhanced strength. Maybe humans are just the weakest creature in the galaxy, so all of the aliens seem super strong because we're, like, fucking weak as balls. Jury-Rig is somewhat durable. It boosts impressive intellect asterisk. Jury-Rig can dismantle and rebuild living mechanical species. That sounds like a problem. It's a prehensile tail. It has a small size, so it's not that good at hand-to-hand. Jury-Rig has an uncontrollable habit of breaking and reassembling any machinery it gets near. Like its name, most of the devices Jury-Rig creates are basically on the fly or jury-rigged. They're not normally meant to last and will fail. Jury-Rig's creations are unstable and hard to control. Yeah. Jury-Rig, I almost want to put Jury-Rig in Same But Worse. Also, this is the worst design for Jury-Rig. I prefer it better when it has clothes. I almost want to put it in Same But Worse, but I think its concept is too good for Same But Worse. It goes in C tier. Create weapon out of 3 matchsticks and a rubber chicken. I don't know if I'm that good, but I'm pretty good at creating weapons. Oh, you already know we haven't gotten to the actual weakest ones yet, as in literally no reason to use them. Yes, I know. I'm aware. There are several aliens that they introduce later that are joke aliens, and the joke is nobody would use them. But before that, we get to the Omniverse ones. Feedback. Feedback became the writer's favorite alien, and Ben wanted to be Feedback in, like, every scene. Like, every time they made the joke where Ben doesn't get the alien he wants, generally he's like, Feedback, and then he gets something that's better than Feedback. Can you guess by looking at it what Feedback's deal is? Feedback actually reminds me a lot of, in the Lilo and Stitch movie, one of the like, main, other, like, Stitch, the main other, like, mutant or whatever they're called that they were trying to capture, had these, like, electric tendrils coming off its head. It looked a lot like Feedback. The thing is, though, Feedback is actually better than most of the other electrical ones because he looks more interesting and is cooler. Feedback has the ability to absorb and redirect energy attacks, mostly electricity. It's highly refined to the point that Feedback can redirect any type of energy at an infinite amount. Wow! It's almost like the same ability that Chroma Stone has, but combined with the electrical control that all of the other electric ones have. I want this one. I want to like this one. But, like, same but what? No, I think this one is same but better. This one's actually same but better to, like, Shock Squatch. Because it's cooler looking. At near point-blank range, he absorbs energy through, his plugs in his, antenna, tail, fingers. He can absorb energy out of living beings, which is why he's, like, slightly better. He can also absorb, the ultraviolet beams from the Crystal Sapien, which means that Chroma Stone's whole ability to redirect every sort of energy attack is completely made null and void by this guy existing. Like, Chroma Stone's whole deal was, like, it's better than all the others because it can redirect all energy attacks, and then Feedback happens. Let's see. Feedback can store energy to generate electrical charges, which can be used as range attacks or to empower it. Has high agility. It can fly by projecting energy behind it. I don't know about that one, but that does make more sense than flying using fire behind you. It has enhanced strength, enhanced durability. It's stretchy. It can smell radio signals, apparently. It can, like, sense like radio waves and stuff like that. And feedback might be able to survive the vacuum of space. Feedback needs to absorb energy from time to time. You can pull on his antennas and it's uncomfortable. If they're immune to electricity, it doesn't hurt them. Feedback is weak against certain energy-based attacks. I don't know about that being true. Enhanced strength again. Look, all of them are going to say enhanced strength. Every single one of them says enhanced strength, except for gray matter and jury rig and goop. I think those are the only ones that don't say enhanced strength. All of them say it. Where the fuck is this guy? Where's he at? Oh, there he is. Feedback. So feedback is not same but worse. Feedback... Honestly, feedback is A tier. Feedback is them actually trying to make an electrical alien that fits with the themes of, like, the original group of aliens. Instead of, like, these guys, which fit with, like, sort of different themes. I don't know, I just like him. He would be same but worse, but he's not really worse. Okay. Next we have blocks. I fucking hate blocks. I remember being still, like, I don't know, maybe, like, a young teen. Maybe not that young of a teen, but I was a teen. And I remember they were showing promos for the new alien, and they were like, blocks. And I was like, oh, okay, that seems interesting. And then they showed a picture of it as, like, a wall, and I was like, oh, okay. And then they showed what it actually looks like, and I was so upset. The thing that upsets me about blocks' design is that it's curvy. If your theme, if the thing that you're trying to design is a Lego alien, right? If you, imagine I told you, I was like, okay, go home and design what an alien made of Legos with the ability to create and control Legos looks like. None of you would give it curved arms. It would be square. It would be made of exclusively squares and not round shapes. Why does it have round shapes? It upsets me. It's called a Segmenta sapien. It's literally looks like a gorilla made of Legos. Blocks' shape-shifting powers allow him to transform into multiple things like a wall, a catapult, a dome. If Blocks' body is damaged or rebroken, it can reform the pieces. It can generate and form more blocks on its body at will. It can grow inside and create constructs. Blocks is literally curved Legos. I didn't think about how cursed that is. Yeah, Blocks is literally, like, okay, so what if we took the fact that, like, Upgrade is made of a liquid, but, like, do it different, and it's like, well, what could we make it out of that's a liquid? And they were like, well, it's not a liquid, but what if it turns into giant walls, so it's like Lego blocks? And they were like, okay, but, so they still animated it in such a way that its body acts like it's a liquid, right? Like, it acts like it's Upgrade, despite the fact that it's made of Legos. Since it's made of Legos, it should be more like individual squares that don't flow or move in, like, a natural way. Like, you know, like, Upgrade moves like a fluid, and, like, Goop moves like a fluid, because they're made of liquid. Blocks also moves like a fluid when he's shape-shifting, even though that doesn't make sense if he's made of these, like, indestructible individual blocks that, like, you can break them apart from each other, but individually they're really tough and sharp and, like, they're Legos. Then the thing would be to, like, make it move like a brick. Like, make it fly through the air like a brick. And, like, make it land like a pile of bricks and then, like, reform itself into a wall of bricks. It's annoying. Can extend its arms to great lengths. It can turn its hands into guns that shoot bricks. Apparently the bricks explode. It's very strong. It's very durable. It can jump good. It can encase people or blocks or objects inside of its body. Yeah, so blocks is literally a combination of Upgrade and Diamond Head. It's literally like, well, what if it was as strong and hard as Diamond Head, but instead of making, like, diamonds, it made Legos? And what if its body, like, shape-shifted and flowed? Not in the way that Diamond Head's body shape-shifted and flowed, like it's a solid object, right? Like, Diamond Head also shape-shift, but Diamond Head shape-shifts like it's made of rocks, and Block shape-shifts the same way Upgrade does, like it's made of a liquid. It doesn't make sense. Beings that become intangible can destroy it. Ow! Shuni, why are you throwing shit at me? Let's see. It's vulnerable to acid, apparently. Blocks is the definition of same but worse. Sorry, my voice is kind of tired. I don't know why I can't laugh right today. My voice gets bad when I get upset, so I can't do noises right. Okay. Next we have Gravitack, who could be sort of interesting, maybe. I like some of the ideas of Gravitack. So Gravitack is a creature, that, can control gravity. And, honestly, Gravitack, unlike the other alien that can turn into a sphere, has its body plates organized in such a way that it looks like it could become a sphere. Like, the top of its head is spherical. I think this is what they meant to do when they made Cannonball. Because this guy and Cannonball also turn into weird spheres. But this guy looks more like he could turn into a sphere than Cannonball does. But let's read about him. Can control gravity and manipulate the weight and motion of objects. He can levitate and suspend things in the air. He can fly. He controls gravities, changing its direction. Can place objects into orbit. He can use relativity to his advantage and reduce the speed of objects. Gravitack can make matter or energy orbit around him when he manipulates his own gravity into a planetoid sphere shape. He's strong, durable. Because he's a living planetoid, Gravitack can breathe in space. Why does he have a mouth then? Gravitack can also create a quasar, apparently. If it takes damage to its core, it will be in pain and can explode. He has a large body. Sudden changes of mass can throw him off. He cannot stop certain energy-based attacks. He can accidentally create a black hole and be unable to stop it, which is kind of bad. Being able to accidentally create a black hole for sure drops him a tier. I think Gravitack is B tier. Gravitack has some interesting ideas. His name isn't that bad. He's fine. He is for sure fine. Okay, who else do we have? Who's after Gravitack? Are we starting to get to the joke ones? Not quite yet. We have Crash Hopper. Crash Hopper, if you couldn't tell, is an alien grasshopper. Guess what his deal is. No, guess. Guess what his deal is. He has long muscular legs. He's able to jump extremely long distances and kick with incredible force. He makes shockwaves by jumping. His legs are as hard as steel and full of shock absorbers, so that he's fine. He's strong. He can propel himself quickly by jumping off of things. His arms can dig into things. He's vulnerable to being trapped. His exoskeleton is more flexible than hard. Apparently his head is not hard enough to go through the atmosphere without him taking damage. So, Grasshopper is not quite same but worse, but not that good. D tier? No, because there's other things that are worse to go in D tier. What about creating a black hole on purpose? I assume that he could do that. I assume that Gravitack, if he can create a black hole on accident, could create one on purpose. But apparently, Gravitack is not strong enough to break apart a black hole. So once he created it, it would kill him. I don't know. Okay, next we have Ball Weevil. Ball Weevil is basically a dung beetle. It's basically Bin's version of a dung beetle. So it can spit round green energy stuff that explodes on impact or whenever Ball Weevil wants. The size of the balls depend on how much matter they absorb. So they eat stuff. So it's another one that eats stuff and turns it into green gooey matter that is like lasery. This one is also literally just Upchuck, but also a dung beetle. Because it eats stuff and then spits up matter, but instead of just throwing it, it rolls it around. Can be in more shapes than just spheres. The larger the ball, the more explosion. He can spew it out. They can absorb energy. It has great balance and can roll balls good. It's really good at managing balls. It's strong. The balls are buoyant. It can be hurt by its own balls, though. Let's see. It cannot breathe underwater. Ball Weevil cannot absorb gases. Ball Weevil feels more interesting, or maybe I just think it's cuter. It is literally a slightly more developed concept of this guy. They thought about it longer. Unfortunately for me, it goes in D tier, even though it's well, no, because it's not humanoid, so it gets a bonus point for being not humanoid. But like Ball Weevil and Upchuck are the same, basically, and Eatle is also the same. That's the problem. Like, that's the problem with Ben 10, is a lot of them are really good and really classic designs that are epic. And then you have those guys. Okay, who's next? Oh yeah, we also had two of the same ones basically in the same generation. Okay, so next we start with the ones that are a joke. This is Waka Trout, which was literally such a joke transformation, that it barely showed up for a long time. You get it? Do you get the joke? It's called Waka Trout because it's literally a fish with legs. Let's see. Abilities. It's slippery. It has gills and can breathe underwater. It has some durability. Its tail is strong, so it can swim. Let's see. Walkatrout is very weak, unable to get through a door, unsuited for combat, has no hands, it's slow as hell, it's tiny, Walkatrout is unable to fit into cramped spaces despite being tiny, because it needs assistance to get to those areas, because it can't, like, walk on walls or, move under doorways or anything like that. Its slippery body can be a strength, but also, it's bad. Apparently it's vulnerable to its natural predator. Everything is this thing's natural predator. Walkatrout almost needs its own tier as well. Walkatrout gets the official F tier. Sorry, bro, but, like, you really don't deserve better than that. It wasn't even that funny of a joke. The thing is, it became a recurring gag that Ben would accidentally get Walkatrout, like, during fights, and be like, not this one! But, like, it's not even a funny joke. Joke alien tier time. Yeah. Here's the thing, is that, like, if you got Ball Weevil as a joke, and we're like, oh, not this one, I wanted Humungosaur, or I wanted Diamond Head, or, like, Wrath, or somebody that can fight, you know, that would be fine. But, like, Ball Weevil can actually be used. Even fucking, like, fucking Upchuck, you'd be like, oh, not this one's gross. But, like, he can at least fight. These ones are such bad jokes that they can't even fight. Like, Walkatrout is like, oh, not this one, I'm gonna die. Like, why would the Omnitrix do this to Ben? I know the Omnitrix doesn't love Ben, but come on, man. Okay, the next joke one is Pesky Dust. Pesky Dust is supposed to be a joke, but it's not that awful. Pesky Dust... Ooh, thanks for the refill. So, Pesky Dust, is supposed to literally be like the Tooth Fairy. It has dust that puts you to sleep. But I think it has even though it's supposed to be a joke tier, it A, is actually useful in combat, and B, the joke is funnier than with Walkatrout, because the joke with this one is Ben's like, this one's too feminine, right? Because, like, most of Ben's transformations are, like, Forearms and Humungosaur and stuff like hyper masculine, like, roid raging, like, literally Wrath, right? Like, they're hyper masculine, roid ragey, like, big boys, and even the males of this species are, like, very feminine. So, like, Ben turns into this one and is like, oh, I'm in a dress, I don't like it. And it's like, I think the joke is funnier. Powers and abilities. It can fly. It's very fat. It's fairly fast. It releases a special kind of dust that makes its victims fall asleep, which is basically everyone, including Chronosapiens, Galvanic Mechamorphs, and Ectoneurites. The dream sequences themselves can also be pretty funny. That's true. But, like, so this thing has, like, a sleep powder that affects really weird species. Like, Galvanic Mechamorph, that's upgrade. It has a sleep powder that can affect a swarm of alien robots. I have no idea how that works. How its sleep powder can affect a swarm of robot nanites. I don't really get how that works. But, like, its sleep powder can affect Chronosapiens, the, like, second most powerful species in the thing. Like, Bin might hate Pesky Dust, which is why he named it Pesky Dust. But, like, also, Ectoneurites is Ghost Freak, right? Like, the scariest things to fight in this entire show would be stuff like Ghost Freak, Chronosapiens, even Celestial Sapiens. So the two species that are like, one so powerful it can affect the entire universe with a flick of its wrist. And the species that can control time at will, and the scary fucking ghost guys can all get the shit beat out of them by this tooth fairy thing. That's a way funnier joke. Right, there's a couple of, oh yeah, also, Pesky Dust can manipulate their dreams while they go to sleep. So, that's scary. Yeah, it can directly control and manipulate their dreams, too. So, that's terrifying. Honestly, Pesky Dust is maybe more scary than, like, the werewolves or the Frankensteins, because it can put you to sleep forever and manipulate your dreams. It can make you have unending nightmares. And it can make Celestial Sapiens, Chronosapiens, Mechamorphs, and Ectoneurites some of the best aliens in a fight. It can make them have unending nightmares forever. Right? Like, that's OP. Pesky Dust's abilities would be useless against robotic opponents, which would make sense, except for up here they said that they can affect Chronosapiens and Galvanic Mechamorphs, which are both mechanical species, so I don't know how Pesky Dust can put them to sleep if it can't put robotic opponents to sleep. Sentient robots can be put to sleep by it, but yeah, whatever. Gut Rot is immune to it, whatever. It's small and not good at melee combat. Well, that's not the point of it. Let's see. Pesky Dust. Where is Pesky Dust? Is Pesky Dust not here? Oh, there it is. Pesky Dust goes into... Honestly, I put it in A tier. It's sort of a joke, but it's an actually funny joke. It's not one of the unfunny jokes. Okay, now we get to the jokes. The like, stupid jokes. So this is Molestache. Get it? He's even an unknown species from an unknown planet. They literally did not care about this one enough to give it lore. Right? And its species, well, its body is rodent. So, get it? It's a mole stat, because it's like a mole with a mustache. Powers and abilities. Molestache's mustache is free roaming and about as maneuverable as any limb. You get it? It's like that one anime where the joke is that he has a prehensile mustache. Molestache has a prehensile mustache. Get it? It can form into any shape, wrapping enemies up, forming hands, whatever. It's good at hand-to-hand combat because of this. It can fly by twirling its mustache around like a helicopter. It can fly by twirling its mustache around like a helicopter. It's strong enough to lift a truck. Yeah, this one, the joke is that, like, Ben got this one, and he was like, this one's gonna be stupid and bad. It's like a tiny mole man. But it's strong enough to lift a truck. Its mustache can regenerate. It can dig through rock. And it can fly. Aside from its mustache powers, it has no skills. Hence why Ben regarded him as a useless alien the first time. Molestache can have trouble staying upright carrying something as heavy as a truck with his mustache. Molestache is not funny. How many left? I don't know, some. We're getting there. We're only at 4 hours, guys. Calm down. We have one... fuck. Stop making me lose count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left. And then we have the 8 ultimates and a couple of fusions and maybe some other stuff to talk about that's less important. Okay, so next we have the king of the joke aliens. This is the worst. Their species name is the Atrocian from the planet Atrocious Zero. Powers and abilities. The worst is indestructible on the outside of his body. He's able to withstand any physical attack, and he's blobby. He has malleable skin that absorbs hits. He survives energy attacks. He is resistant to heat and immune to acid. The worst has claws, kind of. Although he's indestructible, the worst still feels pain. Maybe something can break its skin. It lacks any offensive options. It's just a punching bag. It still needs oxygen to breathe, so it can't breathe in water or space. Its claws are dull. And it is vulnerable to the aging. So the joke of the worst is that he is immune to all... Well, yeah, he's unkillable, but also, it takes a lot of pain. Who named this poor... Ben. Ben named him the worst. Ben names all of the... Ben names, like, 99% of the alien. Like, that's the joke of why Accelerate is named with Leet Speak, because, like, Ben is like, I'm a really cool kid. His name is XLR8. Fuck you, Ben. I mean, this has been turned into him. So he calls him the worst because his partner Rook in this episode, it like mentions it here, was like, oh, turn into this guy, he's indestructible. And Ben was like, epic, I'm gonna be awesome and indestructible and win this fight. And he turns into like a 1 foot tall blob of potato. Ben had a real bad time when he first got this one. Yeah, so he's named the worst because like Ben was expecting like indestructible like Diamond Head. When he was like, this one's like immortal, he was expecting like Alien X or like Diamond Head levels of like power. And then he turns into this, which can't fight, and he literally gets the snot beat out of him for like 20 minutes. And even though he cannot take enough damage for the Omnitrix to, like, emergency eject him back into human form, because this thing doesn't take damage, he still feels the pain of getting the shit beat out of him by super strong aliens. And he's like, this is the fucking worst. And that's the joke. I mean... there's an obvious tier that exists for the worst. The worst goes at the top of F tier. He's the worst. What else can you say about him? Next, we have Kickin' Hawk, which, you know how we just had Crasshopper, which is like a sort of like strong guy, but with kickboxing? This is like, what if Wrath was a chicken? The joke is like, what if Wrath was a chicken? And it's named Kickin' Hawk. It is literally worse than the Pokemon that has the same concept. He has strength, durability, agility, reflexes. Kickin' Hawk is recognized by Ben as his best close-range fighter. This was something canonized by the writers of the very last season who have questionable opinions on which aliens are best, and they tend to think that the aliens that they made are the best ones. So they're like, Kickin' Hawk is absolutely the best hand-to-hand fighter and is better than Forearms at hand-to-hand combat. It's like, this one is better than Wrath and Forearms and Humungosaur and all of the other close hand-to-hand fighters. It's like, no, I don't think so. Also, it's called Kickin' Hawk because it primarily fights with its legs, despite... Look at this build. Look at its build. This primarily fights with its legs. Tell me what's wrong with that sentence. Oh yeah, the problem is it has giant, really strong arms and its legs are chicken legs. Why? Okay, that part about best close-range fighter is extreme BS. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know who would beat Kickin' Hawk in a fight? Let's go through the list. Diamond Head would beat him in a hand-to-hand fight. Accelerate would beat him in a hand-to-hand fight. Spider Monkey might. Let's see. Forearms, definitely. Cannonball, probably. Snarrow, maybe. Humungosaur, for sure. NRG, yes. Right, like, this fucking guy, probably. Chroma Stone, maybe. Fast Track, yes. Shock Squatch, yes. All of them would beat him in a hand-to-hand fight. His weaknesses. He's weak to energy-based attacks. He's vulnerable to electricity. Wow, it's not like all of the aliens in this world have electricity powers. You are same but worse. I don't know what writer decided to canonize that Ben was like, Kickin' Hawk is the best fighter. It's not. It's for sure not. Okay, so next we have Topic, which is one that I barely remember from watching the show, but was mentioned in some of the weaknesses of the previous ones. I didn't really mention it because I wanted to read about Topic. Okay, so if I remember correctly, Topic is the one that has fear-based powers. It is an unknown species. Also, this is another one that the Omnitrick gave clothes to limit their powers. So, like, Ripjaw should get a breathing apparatus. Okay, so... Topic's only known way of defeating enemies is with his extremely scary face, which taps into the primordial fears locked in all beings' subconscious and primitive brains. Topic's face is so hideously horrifying that almost no being in the known universe can look at it without being scared to the point of turning pale. If someone were to take a photograph of Topic's face, the picture would come out blurry, but it would still make people uneasy. Topic is basically an SCP. Topic is an SCP. Like, looking at it causes you psychic damage. And even looking at a blurry picture of it makes you want to puke. Let's see. The most common of these effects is terror and insanity when looking at Topic's face. Topic's face can induce nausea. Topic can counteract forces that feed on fear. So, Ghost Freak, basically all of the people from the Fear Place, and Celestial Sapiens, can be terrified by Topic. So Celestial Sapiens, the ones that can rewrite the entire universe in a single flick, are weak to Pesky Dust and Topic. The main two weaknesses of Alien X, if Ben had to fight another Alien X, but he couldn't transform into Alien X, the ways he would defeat it are with something super ugly enough to kill God with its face, or turn into something that is a tiny fairy creature and just put it to sleep. The fear aspect seems interesting, but that might make basically every fight too easy, which is why they haven't used him. Yeah, because he can win every single fight just by looking at something. Let's see. Topic has a type of layered, multiphasic eyesight that makes his vision very bad at looking at unknowable sights. He cannot be frightened by his own face. So Topic can kill a god by looking at it, but its vision is so bad that it cannot kill itself with its own face. Wow, if only a Medusa had that power. When Topic's helmet prepares to open, it releases green gases. It's hard to damage. It's strong. Topic can apparently shoot acid out of its body, but Bin never decided to do that with it. Weaknesses. When bad guys take over the Omnitrix, they refuse to turn into it. Topic is too top-heavy, so it falls over. Blind beings like Vulpamancers, so that's Wild Mutt, are immune to it. Despite having tentacles covering its face, Topic cannot use those tentacles to attack. Beings that lack survival instincts, such as robots, are immune to it. Topic has bad reflexes. Topic was unable to scare Mauve Riedel because she's seen worse. Mauve Riedel is a disgusting alien mutant. Oh, wait. So, Mauve Riedel is this character, where the joke is that her and her boys, are like space truckers that are in a gang, and she's the only one with a brain cell between like 50 of them. And the other joke with Mauve Riedel is incest, because all of her kids are like really ugly and have misshapen faces. And Mauve Riedel looks at this SCP and is like, I seen worse. Professor Paradox does not care about it. Topic cannot see. Topic is D tier. Oh, Topic is here. Topic is D tier. Topic has a couple of interesting ideas, but it's not that good. Okay, next we have Astrodactyl. Remember when I said that Jet Ray is the one that can fly in space because it doesn't breathe, and is like faster and has like rocket propulsion or whatever? Yeah, Astrodactyl has like a biological jetpack thing, which creates propulsion. It has like a power source within it. It can create different forms of weapons out of it, like energy whips or whatever. It can fire energy beams from its mouth. It can survive the vacuum of space. It's very strong. It has prehensile feet again. So Astrodactyl is literally just Jet Ray, but even less interesting looking. It's vulnerable to electricity, has a durability limit. So Astrodactyl is not even like faster, so it goes insane but worse. It's not even faster than Jet Ray, so I don't get it. It's same but worse. See, what it seems like happened is the toy companies were like, make new aliens, and the writers were like, okay, but we've used every idea for an alien we can think of, and they were like, what if you just did the same alien, but gave it a different face? Okay, next we have Bullfrag. Okay, so Bullfrag is a very uninteresting alien, in my opinion. Obviously, it's a bullfrog. The main purpose of Bullfrag being introduced into the story is there was a female. Does it show her name? What the fuck is her name? Let me look. Bintin Frog Girl. Atea? Is that her name? Yeah, there she is. I'm genuinely sad about how many are ending up in Same But Worse. Yeah, but you agree with me that they're Same But Worse. Okay, so this is Atea. She is a female of bullfrag species. And she is also, like, an alien space queen, who is, the leader of, like, the biggest war in the galaxy, or the biggest army in the galaxy, basically. Furry Jet to attack Bunny Shop. So, like, Bin has the hots for her, so Bin has to do several complicated things and become Bullfrag, because he has the hots for her, basically. Yeah, the real Jet Tentaco emotes move. Bullfrag has powerful jumping abilities and is agile. He's impressive at hand-to-hand combat. I think he has better hand-to-hand combat overall than Kick and Hawk, actually. It makes him stronger than the average incursion, because this is the point at which they get to the thing where Bin is Bin is based alien fucker Giga Chat. He's not that based. This is the point at which they get to introducing the fact that Bin's alien forms are actually above average for their species generally. You can't... Do you get it, Jet? Yeah. Incursion. Yes, I get it. Guys, incursion. Yeah. So... apparently Bin, when he transforms into aliens, is above average for their species, because he's just that good with the Omnitrix, and it's that much built for him that, like, he has super strength even for a being of these, like, other strong species that are stronger than humans normally are. Bullfrag has a long, sticky prehensile tongue, which he uses as a grappling hook. Because Bullfrag is also supposed to be sort of like Batman. He's like a stealth character. Bullfrag is capable of withstanding the vacuum of space for a limited time. I don't know about that. He can hold his breath underwater for 7 hours. Thanks to his respirators. Wow, that's interesting. So Bullfrag, who is a frog already, an amphibian. Did he fucking Omnitrix them just to try and get laid? It wouldn't be the worst thing that Bin has done. So wait. Atea is a bullfrag alien? Yeah, she's the same species as him. The females are smaller but stronger than the males is for this species. You do what you gotta do. Anyway, so, yeah. So, interestingly enough, they gave Bullfrag in his suit, the Omnitrix gave his suit respirators that allow him to hold his breath for a long time. Wow, it would be real interesting if the fish that cannot breathe air got a respiration system so that he could be more useful on land. Sorry. I think that above average for species thing might be an Omnitrix feature and not something exclusive to Bin. So it's probably not just exclusive to Bin. It is an Omnitrix feature, because it turns you into, well, in the later seasons, he doesn't just have the Omnitrix. He has the Ultimatrix, or they change the name of it every series. It's like, Omnitrix, Ultimate, it's a better version of the Omnitrix. So he is, like, above average, but also, like, Bin plays a part in it, because there are other characters that have an equivalent to the Omnitrix that are never as strong or as fast as Bin is. I think they just forgot Ripjaw existed. Yeah, they did. They forgot Ripjaw existed. And I'm upset about it. Let's see. Yeah, Bullfrag is okay, I guess. Bullfrag is C tier. Who is next? The thing is, Ripjaw is, like, the best underwater one. Like, if you had to pick one of these guys to be underwater, it would probably be Ripjaw. And they just kind of forgot about Ripjaw. Okay, so next is Atomics. Atomics has a cool name. His design is meh. Atomics can create and manipulate atomic and nuclear energy. He is fundamentally a walking nuclear reactor. They need to add a tank alien that shoots missiles. That's already Upgrade. Upgrade already shoots missiles. Also, several of them also shoot missiles. Like, there's all of the robots basically shoot some form of missiles. Or lasers. So Atomics basically just renders, who is it? NRG? Atomics is the same concept as NRG, right? NRG is supposed to be a being made of living nuclear radiation, that has to be contained in, like, a mecha, and then, this one is, like, a big robot that is a walking nuclear reactor, which can control or create nuclear and atomic energy at will. So it is the same, who you call him, Pinhead, is by chance. Oh yeah, I forgot this. When Atomics creates nuclear blast, he chants, Amena, Amena. So yeah, he's also a fucking Dragon Ball character. He's a fucking Dragon Ball character. Let's see. He can melt nearby objects. He can fly for some reason, which I don't understand. He's super strong. Ow. Don't bonk me, bunny. No, don't spam the bonks. He's strong enough that in a single punch, he can, ow! Literally don't spam those, please. He's so strong that he can punch somebody into orbit with a single hit. Ow! He can create a finishing attack called Nuclear Winter, to knock out enemies in an area. He has a hard robot-like body, so he's, like, immune to physical attacks. Ow! He has other named attacks. Oh yeah, so he has a finishing attack, called Fusion Cuisine, where he, like, holds his hand above his head and makes a big orb, that gets bigger and bigger, and he can make it the size of the sun. Also, he can glow in the dark. So, Atomics is, maybe a little OP. His weaknesses. He has limited stamina. He can get tired after using too much energy. And he's overconfident. Yeah, so here's the thing with Atomics. Atomics has to go in X. I mean, X is basically its own playlist, basically, of stuff that's just too OP to use regularly. Like, even, the other, like, NRG is, like, really OP and is atomic energy, but this is like that, but with none of the downsides and even more upsides. Bin is overconfident. That just applies to all aliens, basically a fucking Saiyan. Yeah, I mean, Bin's whole personality is about being, like, overconfident. Well, at the beginning, he's overconfident, and then at the end, he is the right amount of confident, because he's like, psh, I can beat up a god, and then he does it. He's like, whatever, destroy the universe, I'll just do it again. I'll just do the whole universe again, fuck you. And he does that. Constantly. Enough that it's annoying. But I think Atomics is supposed to be based on a Golden Age superhero. Like, he's also a little bit of a Saiyan, but he's also supposed to be, like, a Golden Age superhero, which is part of his overconfidence thing. Next we have Gut Rot. Gut Rot is one that's actually really cool. I like Gut Rot a lot. Gut Rot should have been an earlier introduction because it's cool. Even though its stomach thing is exactly the same thing that Gravitack has, where there's like smoke in its transparent stomach. They copied that for Gut Rot, but it makes more sense with Gut Rot. Pesky Dusk, Pesky Dust is OP. Pesky Dust is the only one that can beat up a Chronosapien, a Celestial Sapien, and a fucking Ectoneurite. Pesky Dust is the only one that can beat all of them. It's OP. It's way OP. It should almost be in the X playlist, actually. It is so strong that if Bin didn't hate turning into it, it would be in X. Gut Rot, that's what I get after McDonald's. I just saw a cute picture, so I don't know what they do. Oh. Wait, are you trying to say that you would fuck Pesky Dust? Jesus. Down bad, bunny. Okay. Oh, this is an interesting quote, from Dr. Animo. Your innards are a walking chemical laboratory. You have the ability to combine various chemicals and expel them as gas. So Gut Rot's superpower, is that it's basically a walking chemistry lab. It has samples of basically every element, and it has the, like, instinctual ability, to combine those elements in such a way, to make any chemical substance, possible, like, off the top of its head, and shoot that out of its body. Pesky Dust is proof that femboys are the strongest. I don't know about that, but it is a pretty strong femboy. So Gut Rot has the same powers as, Lululemon, or not, her name is not Lululemon. Her name is Honey Lemon, from Big Hero 6, the movie. Gut Rot has that superpower, which is pretty cool. I like his power a lot. I like his design enough. Gut Rot can make compounds of almost any type and expel them from the nozzles on its body for offense and defense. The strength of these gases depends on the amount expelled and their makeup. Gut Rot can generate any chemical of gas, including basically bad things. Like, some of these are real things, and some of these are, like, Bin 10 universe things. But what they don't mention here is more than, well, wait, is hydrogen chloride mustard gas? I forget. Wait, I think hydrogen chloride is mustard gas. Another shoot, no, this doesn't just shoot acid. This shoots anything. Gut Rot can jump. It has advanced knowledge of chemistry and biology. It can create... Oh, see, an interesting thing about it is it can create pheromones to attract other races, which is interesting. Except this one can shoot sarin gas. Exactly! Gut Rot can absorb gas, from the atmosphere, so if there's, like, poison out there, Gut Rot is not only immune to it, he can just absorb it. He can neutralize it instead. Yeah, Gut Rot isn't, like, super smart. He's just, like, good at chemistry. He's immune to poison and acid. And he can survive in space. Let's see. He can hurt himself with his gases if they're flammable, and he's basically, like, weak to fire, because he's full of, like, flammable poisonous gases. Gut Rot goes into A tier. IBS King, yes. He does have slight IBS, yes. Okay, next, is the last new alien they introduced. The very last one. Remember all of those horror ones that are from, the Anur system? Yeah, welcome to Vampire. His name is Stupid. So, Vampire possesses hypnotic powers, and can control other beings. They can shoot corrupturas at people to control them. Corrupturas are like a part of them that breaks off. Let's see. There's a whole bunch of races that are weak to this hypnosis thing. It can feed off the energy of living beings by sucking on them. It can even drain the life force of Alien X. If Vampire were to completely drain his victims of their energy, they would shrivel up like zombies. When are we doing Pesky Dust? The picture looks cute. We already did Pesky Dust. He has Hades' mouth a little bit, yeah. Vampire can fly and is somewhat agile. He's strong. He's durable. He can hang upside down like a bat. He can also transform into a more bat-like form to fly better. He has infrared vision. He can create a sonic blast. He can live in space. He can see in the dark. He can also turn into smoke. Yeah, if there's a superpower that vampires have, he has it. But he is weak to sunlight and will die from it. Let's see. When the Omnitrix times out, Bin's Corrupturas break apart, freeing them from mind control. Stop doing the good one. I don't control when you're here and when you're not, Bunny. That's why you have to watch the whole stream. He didn't put Cannonball in God tier. Cannonball is not God tier. Vampire struggles to resist the urge to drain the energy of other life forms, especially intelligent beings. That's a problem. Don't bonk me. Let's see. And most of these weaknesses are, there are things that are immune... Ow! There are things that are immune to, hypnosis, basically. Vampire is pretty, D tier. I don't like its design, and it's not that interesting. It was just like, I've shown Feed the Light, don't do that. So, Vampire is literally just like, list anything that Dracula has a power of, and put it in a bin tin alien, and that's what it is. Don't shrink me. There is no Church of Hating Jet. There is only the Church of Loving Jet. There's only the Jet-loving Church, okay? Okay. All that we have left is the Ultimates. All that we have left is the Ultimate Aliens. So, let me explain what an Ultimate Alien is for those of you that don't know. Shrink him again? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, fuck. That's the smallest I go. How dare you do this? So in Ben 10 Ultimate Alien, he gets this thing called the Ultimatrix. And the entire point of the Ultimatrix, is that it has this ability to make improved versions of any species. And the way in canon that works is the Omnitrix runs a simulation of the genetics and mind scan of that alien, and puts them in the situation of a simulated war for 10,000 years, and then turns Ben into what happens if that alien fought in a war for 10,000 years, and evolves through that process. Oh yeah, it's a whole thing. This is why you should watch the rest of Ben 10. It's a whole thing. There's also a whole thing later, about the moral ramifications of putting, an AI version of a sentient creature, through a 10,000 year war. Why would Grey Matter do this? Because he's fucked up. It's canon, that, I forget his fucking name, but the guy who made the Omnitrix is, like, fucked up, and he's one of those guys that's so smart that he doesn't understand morality very well, which is why he made the Omnitrix, basically. But yeah, there's a whole episode about the moral ramifications of putting an AI version of a sentient creature through a 10,000 year long war, just to turn yourself into a more powerful version of an already super strong being. So we have a couple of ultimates here. The first one is Ultimate Humungosaur. That's not really what Ultimate Humungosaur looks like. That's way cooler than the design they actually use. This is the design they actually use. So the main difference is Humungosaur is green now. It has even harder spikes on it. And its hand, has the ability to like when it balls up its fist, it can shoot rockets out of its like little hand vents. So you mentioned like it should shoot rockets. This one literally does shoot rockets. Here's an image of it using its hands as missile launchers. Powers and abilities. It's stronger than Humungosaur, even when at full size. He's strong enough to lift and throw a Toku Star. So he can throw way big. He can make craters by punching stuff. He has durable armor plating. Humungosaur can transform his hands into bio-Gatling guns that shoot missiles. Oh, sorry. They're not missile launchers. They're Gatling missile launchers. Sorry, I forgot that. There, we're back to normal size now. Yeah, sorry, I completely forgot that the missile launchers also spin somehow, and it has Gatling gun missile hands. They deal huge damage. It has a mace at the tip of its tail. It can survive for a short time in space. But Ultimate Humungosaur can no longer change his size at will. He is just always max size. Yo, thanks for the refill, Arthur. Ultimate Humungosaur is vulnerable to electricity because its bones are made of metal. Humungosaur can apparently get muscle cramps and is physically weaker than Atomics. And it can be harmed by magic. What the fuck did they do to Bin in the newest series? So Ultimate Alien isn't even the... Oh, do you mean the newest series, the new one? New Bin 10. Are you talking about this motherfucker? Yeah, so what they did, he looks like a Bitmoji. That's on purpose. So they took the concept of Teen Titans Go, and Teen Titans Go is basically the most profitable show that Cartoon Network has ever had, because it has a budget of like $3 and some lint, and sells toys like nobody's fucking business. So they were like, well, Teen Titans and Ben 10 are like expensive to make action shows where you have to design interesting characters and give them cool superpowers and stuff like that. So they were like, well, what if Ben 10 was not that? And it cost about $2 to make, and all of the aliens were as simply designed as possible, so that toys can be made super easily. None of them have unique designs. They're all just like humanoid with 2 legs and 2 arms. Every single one, even Stinkfly. He looks like Bin 5. Yeah, exactly. Also, I tried to give that series the benefit of the doubt, so I actually watched a few episodes of it. And here's the problem with it. In the original Ben 10, Ben's main character trait is that he thinks really highly of himself. And he thinks that he's smarter than he is, and that's his primary weakness. In this new series, they take that up to like 10,000. He's canonically 4 years older than you are. Yeah. So in the newest series, they like made him even more annoying, like even more like, oh, I know what I'm talking about. You're stupid, Gwen. Grandpa, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm the one with the alien watch. But imagine that coming out of a squeakier voice, and being way more constant, and the plot of every single episode of the first, like, 5 that I watched is been having to be shown that he shouldn't be so self-obsessed. He's like, I'm gonna use the Omnitrix, to beat up a kid and steal his lunch money. I'm good. I'm the good guy. I'm a superhero. It's like that. Anyway, so Ultimate Humungosaur is, honestly same but worse for me. No, he's not that, but he's, no, same but worse. Sorry, what? Strong voice, Ben 10 in all series to date except Ben 10 Alien Force, where 10-year-old Ben never spoke. Yeah, that's because in Alien Force, 10-year-old Ben was not... Okay, so there's... As the series go, Ben actually gets older. He's not 10 years old the whole time. In the first series, he's 10 to 11, and then they take a time gap between, like, 12 to 14, and then it's, like, 14 to 15, and then, like, 15 to 17. So when they're talking about 10-year-old Ben never spoke, what they mean is that there was not a scene where they went back in time and spoke to 10-year-old Ben. Okay, so next we have Ultimate Swampfire. Now, Swampfire being one of my favorites, you might be like, Jet, you must love Ultimate Swampfire. Ultimate Swampfire is kind of meh. It does look slightly better than fucking bright green Swampfire sometimes, but, let's see, its powers. Oh, instead of having methane now, its body sweats napalm. Making blue flames that are 2 times hotter than normal Swampfire. It can melt through basically anything. Swampfire can produce larger and stronger fire blasts. It can propel himself underwater and through the air. He's more resistant to damage. Has more lethal bombs. His fire is blue now. Ultimate Swampfire is faster than he looks. He's vulnerable to electricity, apparently. Let's see. Ultimate Swampfire cannot regenerate the way normal Swampfire can. And... it's not quite same but worse, but I don't like it. Atea Sweat? What the fuck are you talking about? Why do you keep talking about every alien sweat? Forearms Sweat? I did not say Forearm Sweat. Look, it's canon that this guy sweats napalm, okay? I didn't make those rules. I just enforced them. It's C tier. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Okay, Spider Monkey. Ultimate Spider Monkey is like, what if you took every interesting thing about Spider Monkey and made it bad? They were like, well, Spider Monkey is based on, like, a like, baboon or a monkey, like a real-life Spider Monkey. So what if Ultimate Spider Monkey is a gorilla? Also, there's 2 versions. This version, I don't like as much. This one is okay, and this is the one that Ben actually uses. Which is even worse for some reason. Because now it's just straight up a normal gorilla with spider legs. And it doesn't even retain the, like, multiple eyes thing. It doesn't have the tail that shoots webs anymore. It's just worse. Pesky Dust Sweat. Why are you so into Pesky Dust? Jesus Christ. So, Ultimate Spider Monkey is stronger. Being able to take down Forearms in a fight. Oh, its lower jaw can split into halves, and it can shoot webs from its mouth. Its webs are strong enough to keep a lot of things from escaping, and can cancel electrical abilities. Some of the names Ben 10 makes up for his aliens just sound like they'd be in-universe slurs. Some of them do, yeah, like the worst. It's extremely durable. It was thrown in the air by Vilgax. It's agile. Its legs could pull and break things apart easily. It can climb walls. It can survive in space for a short time. It can be harmed by a lot of things. It can be put to sleep by things. Yeah. BRB, phone gonna die? Charge your phone, Phoebe. Charge your goddamn phone. Ultimate Spider Monkey is like... same but worse. No, it's not same but worse. It's F tier. Maybe? No, it's F tier. Sorry. Sorry, Ultimate Spider Monkey. You're just not that good. That's why I think there's only 8 Ultimates, is because nobody liked most of the Ultimate designs. Ah, fuck. Don't do that. Nobody liked most of the Ultimate designs, so they just didn't keep them. This is Ultimate Big Chill. You might be able to tell by his design what the difference in Big Chill and Ultimate Big Chill is. Can you tell? Can you tell the difference? So Ultimate Big Chill can still become intangible, manipulate ice, fly, and breathe ice, but it now can create ice flames, which is fire so cold it burns, which is just ice. That's already what ice is. So apparently he breathes fire that's made of ice in some way, which doesn't make sense. These flames are plasma beams that consume the heat of stuff. So it's like anti-flames that eat heat instead of generating heat. It doesn't make sense. Let's see. It turns the air around him and energies into ice. He can create a blizzard. He can shoot flames from his hands that burn things. He can lower the temperature of the air around him. He's faster than before. He can survive a bunch of environments, including the vacuum of space and oceans now. Let's see. Ultimate Big Chill is more vulnerable to electricity. Let's see. Yeah, so it's the same, but not that much better. It's slightly better. It's C tier. I think it's interesting that they turned the ice design into a fire design, but not interesting enough that I like it. Maybe it's D tier. It doesn't change that much in any good way. Who else is here? Ah, we have Ultimate Cannonball. So, instead of actually doing a serious change to Cannonball and making its design look better, they just removed its characteristic yellow coloring for a generic gray color. And it's harder. And now it has spikes, but the spikes are still dull because you're not allowed to show certain things on TV, I guess. Let's see. Its power is similar to Cannonball's, but the former's shell has spikes and increased defense. Ultimate Cannonball is faster, can bounce higher. It's even stronger. It's able to withstand radiation. This Cannonball cannot be trapped by sticky adhesives because its shell is too good somehow. It does not lose momentum because it has additional traction from its spikes. Ultimate Cannonball can fire his spikes as projectiles. He's even more top-heavy than Cannonball and even slower. He can still be stuck in mud. He has a durability limit. Yeah, he is not that good. In fact, no, Necrophrygian goes higher than Ultimate Cannonball. Bye-bye. Okay, next we have Ultimate Echo. This one's too cool. That's not actually him. This is Bin's Ultimate Echo. It does look a lot more like a Transformer than original Echo Echo. Also, it removes all of the characteristic design traits of Echo Echo to make it more, like, smooth and have a football head. Let's see. Ultimate Echo Echo can release sonic screens, from sonic discs on its body. They're very powerful noises. It can create force fields of sonic energy that are strong enough to contain nuclear fusion. It can push objects. It can fly using its sonic waves. Ultimate Echo Echo can survive the vacuum of space. He can produce airwaves. He produces enhanced strength, resistant to low temperatures, durable. Oh, he has equipment. He can send sonic discs around his body to project sonic blasts. He can multiply the discs. So Ultimate Echo Echo, instead of being able to clone himself, can make discs all around. Yeah, he's made of metal now. His discs are vulnerable to electricity. He can suffocate somehow. Yeah, so here's the thing about Ultimate Echo Echo. I actually think Ultimate Echo Echo, for the most part, is better than Echo Echo. I think it looks cooler, and I like better, instead of it just, like, controlling sound waves, it, like, shoots out these little, like, circles that emit sound waves that are part of its body. I think that's interesting. Next we have Wild Mutt. Ultimate Wild Mutt. So you notice Ultimate Wild Mutt, instead of being orange, is red now, and he has a crest and a spike on his tail. He didn't get that much. Powers. Wild Mutt has good smell and hearing. He's strong. Ultimate Wild Mutt can speak other languages, unlike normal Wild Mutt, which is weird. Ultimate Wild Mutt is more agile. It has sharp claws and teeth. He has a scorpion-like tail. Like his base form, Ultimate Wild Mutt cannot see. Ultimate Wild Mutt is lazy. It is just a lazy design. All they added is a ridge. They could have added, like, wings or something cool. They didn't. Okay, then the very last real new alien. The last one, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Okay, so next we have Ultimate Way Big. So, Ultimate Way Big is like, imagine if Way Big is like Ultraman and he's a giant, like, tokusatsu hero. Ultimate Way Big is, they were like, how do we make it ultimate? I know, we make it bigger. Is almost identical to Way Big. He's colored slightly differently. He's also now bigger than Way Big. I don't know if it canonically says how big he is, but he's fucking huge. Like, Way Big is the size of a skyscraper. Ultimate Way Big is, like, the size of a fucking mountain. Like, he's huge. Ultimate Way Big is stronger, more durable than Way Big. He was able to pull Dagon, who is like an eldritch god, to the ground. Ultimate Way Big could spin around fast enough to repel Dagon. Ultimate Way Big can fly now, just cuz. I don't know why or how he can fly. He just kind of can. That's sort of dumb, but it's funny. His cosmic rays are stronger. He can produce projectile beams of them. He can create cosmic energy discs to use as weapons. He can survive in space. Ultimate Way Big is just too big. Ultimate Way Big is limited, that he's too big. Ultimate Way Big is vulnerable to some things. Ultimate Way Big is just way big, but way bigger. He is... Honestly, he's also A tier. Like, there's nothing wrong with Ultimate Way Big. I do wish they had given ultimates to aliens who needed ultimates more. We must talk about Davy Jones. What was his problem anyway? I forget. Oh, you mean Vilgax. Vilgax. Okay, since we just finished the real aliens, we will talk about Vilgax after I get back. I do need to take a quick break to the villains room. And I will be back shortly after. We'll discuss the last couple of things. Don't go anywhere, suckers. Don't you go anywhere! Mwahaha! Suckers have returned! Ha ha ha! Okay. So Bunny wanted to talk about Vilgax. Let's look up a picture of Vilgax. Oh. Vilgax. Okay, Vilgax has several different designs, but you get it. That's why Bunny called him Davy Jones. Vilgax is the main villain of the first series. And Vilgax's deal, is that he heard about the Omnitrix, and he is a space conqueror. He's conquered several planets, has his own little, like, evil empire going, and he heard about the Omnitrix, because the Omnitrix is so powerful, it is more or less a legend. You know, he heard that there is a machine of ultimate power that can transform you into anything, including a god, and he wants it for himself. But then he goes to steal it from 10-year-old Ben 10 and gets beat up. And so then he just gets kind of pissed that he got beat up by a 10-year-old. So he spends like over a year just chasing Ben around, trying to get the Omnitrix, and repeatedly failing, because despite the fact that Ben doesn't really know how to use the Omnitrix, it's just how powerful it is. You know, it turns you into some of the strongest, fastest beings in the entire galaxy. So, you know, he just can't, like, fight when Ben switches between the strongest and the fastest and the most durable things in the galaxy. Vilgax just can't win against it easily, and he refuses to give up until he gets his ass beat and he returns to, like, his, like, baby form. Because Vilgax is sort of weird. You notice some of these images, if you search him, are in weird forms. Vilgax is sort of a mutant cyborg squid man thing. It doesn't really make sense, but he is for sure a good bad guy. He's a good early bad guy. He, like, inadvertently teaches Ben how to use the Omnitrix. And if Vilgax ever got the Omnitrix, he probably wouldn't be as good as Ben ends up being with it, because we later learn that like the Omnitrix was specifically coded more or less for somebody in Bin's family. They retcon it, so he didn't just randomly find the Omnitrix. He's literally the chosen one, and the Omnitrix would not have bonded to anybody else, because he is genetically like meant for the Omnitrix, basically. But like Vilgax wanted to steal the Omnitrix and use it to conquer the universe, basically. He never really succeeded. There was later a thing where Vilgax like becomes Dagon or something like that, and there's a whole other thing that happens. Pesky Dust is just genetically meant for me? No. Is Pesky Dust your type? Is this your type? Oh, apparently some other people think so, because I've seen fan art. Yeah, so Pesky Dust, not my type, but you do you, I guess. Wait. Pesky Freak? Ew, Pesky Freak exists as art. Yeah, so speaking of combo aliens, that was the next thing we were going to get to. The wiki list as official transformations, several things that were errors in the Omnitrix, the fusion aliens. I remember there being more than this, but I don't know. Wait, what's a Biomnitrix? Oh, yeah. So later in the future, Bin gets this thing, like Bin 10,000, which is what he names himself when he's an adult, Bin 10,000. Oh yeah, that was when they broke it. It was. So Bin 10,000, gets 2 Omnitrixes that he can use at the same time. Oh yeah, Bin 10,000 has always been ripped. I mean, he's an alien superhero spy ninja warrior. But yeah, Bin 10,000 gets 2 Omnitrixes, so he can turn into fusion forms. I kind of want to look at the fusion forms, of the other ones. But let's, first, look at Stink Arms. Why is he shredded? Because he's an alien space superhero, right? Like, well, I guess Bin 10,000 moves back to Earth and decides he is the protector of Earth. But, like, Bin 10,000 is a superhero, right? And, there are several different, because when they do, like, time stuff and reality-altering stuff, it gets weird, about, like, what exactly the canon for the future is. So there's one version of Bin 10,000... I would like to have an Omnitrix, so would everybody. There's one version of Bin 10,000, that has a thing where he can get the abilities of the aliens from the Omnitrix without transforming into them. So he can be like, I'm Forearms, and, like, have the strength of Forearms without his body changing, which was sort of a bad idea one. And then, there's this one, which, is where he can turn into, like, fusion aliens, that are, like, crazy overpowered. But yeah, this is a combination of Forearms and Stinkfly that Bin accidentally turned into because he broke the Omnitrix like a fucking idiot. So the joke of these aliens is that the 2 alien superpowers don't combine well with each other, right? Like, combining something that is an agile, fast flyer with something that is very good at physical combat, doesn't work because it can no longer fly good, and it's weaker than it used to be. Let's see. Weaknesses. Stink Arms, means that he can't fly. Stink Arms is not as strong as Forearms. That's the joke. That's the joke, is that Bin broke the Omnitrix, so he turns into combo aliens, and you'd be like, oh, combo aliens must be stronger than normal aliens, but these ones, because the Omnitrix is broken, and not formatted for this, is just worse. This is diamond matter. I would have called it gray diamond, but whatever. So, he does have the abilities of gray matter and diamond head, except for, gray matter. He has the strength of gray matter only. And because he's not as big as diamond head, his, like, strength and durability is worthless. Or it's almost worthless. It's less good. And then we have the worst one. The, like, ultimate, like, fuck you. We have Heat Jaws. Heat Jaws, if you ran into him in real life, would be scary. But Heat Jaws, is bad because, it is the two weaknesses of these guys. Like, so, Ripjaws cannot breathe air and will die if exposed to, like, heat or dryness. And fucking, Heat Blast, cannot go into water because he's weakened by being exposed to cool or wetness. So, he can technically blast fire. And the way this works for him is he can shoot high-pressure scalding water, and he does have sharp teeth, and he can swim underwater without too much of his fire going out. Compared to his component aliens, he has more strength and durability, which is interesting. Binimits Heat Jaws is not the best combo, as fire and water-related aliens do not mix that well. He needs water to live in, and the other needs heat energy to live, so it's problematic. Heat Jaws needs to stay out of heat or he will dry out, but because he constantly generates heat, he will dry out quickly when using his powers. Heat Jaws is the ultimate, like, fuck you. It's bad. It is not good. But let's look at the Bi-Omnitrix aliens, even though they're not on the ranking list. Let's look at... some of these are OP, so we're gonna look at them in other ones. Okay, so Uprig is a combination of Upgrade and Jury Rig, which sounds like it would be a really good idea, right? Because Jury Rig can, like, basically turn anything into a robot, and Upgrade is a robot that can increase the potency of any other robot. Let's see. Being part mechamorph, Uprig has stretchable limbs that reach a long distance. He can modify and improve technology. Uprig can break and reassemble technology. Uprig is okay. Uprig is like a good combo. He's probably like a best of both worlds combo, but he doesn't look that cool. Okay, Stink Arms was like the fucking stupid one. Wait. Oh, Humungosaur. I forgot about Humungosaur. Look at Humungosaur. It's a combination of Humungosaur and Goop. I don't know if it's that good, to be honest. Let's see. So it has Goop's anti-gravity projector. Let's see. Being part Goop, it's capable of shape-shifting. But like Humungosaur, it has increased strength, and the ability to decrease and increase its size at will. So this is the base combination of something that can change its shape and something that can change its size. This entire stream happened because we once mentioned Ben 10 offhandedly. But I like Ben 10 a lot. I like it a lot. So... I did it. Fuck you. Let's see. He draws... Okay, next we have Humungosaur. These ones are kind of lame, but this one is sort of like, well, if you combine Ben's two favorite super strength aliens into one, you get fucking Humungosaur. Combined strength of both Humungosaur and Forearms, being able to overpower, like, basically everyone. It can also increase and decrease its size and mass at will. Just fuse everything with Humungosaur. The writers really liked Humungosaur at the time. Humungosaur was, like, their favorite one. Nope. What is Crash Hawker? Oh, yeah, this one I think is very stupid. It's a combination of Shock Squatch, and Crash Hopper, which is kind of weird. Let's see. It can jump long distances, and use its horn as a battering ram. It can release electricity. So if I was going to combine any electrical one with any super strength one, this would not be the combination I would do. This would be the last combination I would do, actually. That one's really ugly. What is Big Chuck? Oh yeah, a combination of Way Big and Up Chuck, just cuz. I'm gonna sleep. Good stream. Okay, have a good night. Yeah, it's Way Big and Up Chuck. It can eat anything of any size. Has a degree of enhanced strength similar to Way Big. Upchuck can eat solid matter and release it back. So it can just eat big things. I'm sure you'll spend too much money on Omnitrix Jet and become the hero you were meant to be. I am not a hero. I will become Nimatrix Jet. I will get a Nimatrix, okay? Don't make me get a Nimatrix. I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay, and the last, like, real one that's worth anything. Hero for fun. No. So this one, is the one that Ben 10,000 uses as his ultimate finisher, which is a combination of Alien X and Atomics, which is Atomic X. It's one slug. Atomics is basically the ultimate one. So if I remember correctly, high enhanced strength, being part Celestial Sapien, he can teleport, he has all of Alien X's powers in a weakened form, and all of Atomix's powers. So basically, it's like Alien X with none of the problems with Alien X, none of the, like, arguing with alien gods, and that's replaced with including the powers of Atomix, who can manipulate energy and matter at will, and then Alien X can manipulate space-time at will. So Atomic X is basically the most OP thing in the series. There's several concepts, that I think, yeah, these were ones that they were gonna make that they never... Wait, what is this? XLRG? Wait, why did they put this in the show? This would have been so badass. Look at this. Whoa! Look at XLRG! Because it's a combination of the two with the Elite Speak names, NRG and XLR8. Yo, that's so cool! And then it would have this form, which is made of pure energy, and it would be so fucking fast. Yeah. It'd be not as fast as Accelerate with the armor, and then with the armor off, it would be faster. Very agile, flight, like, yeah, why did we get XLRG? That's so fucking cool, I love that. XLRG is my new favorite thing. What's Gravidactyl? Oh, Gravitac and fucking Aerodactyl guy? Not that good. Weak sauce design. Wait, what the fuck is Alien W? Celestial Sapien and who? GFC, the official 2009 Cannonball plush is so ugly. Please look at it. It's long. Okay, I will look at it in just a second. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of these are combining, like, Atomics and, like, Clocktomics. Atomics and Chronosapien would be the closest you could get to Alien X without being Alien X. You have complete control of time and matter and energy, which makes you basically Alien X without the disadvantages. Okay. What, were you thinking of getting a Cannonball plush? 2009 Cannonball plush. Oh, it is long. Yeah, this is what Cannonball looks like in my mind, which is why I don't like Cannonball's design. Because in my mind, that's what Cannonball looks like. Is this guy. He's like too long, and he doesn't look enough like a sphere. In fact, the new series made his design look more spheroid-ish. I googled it thinking there would be cute round friends. No. No, not at all. Okay, yeah, so, that was my series of reviewing the Ben 10 aliens. I mean, there's probably other alien species that we could go over here. Let's see, like the different, we could go over the different Omnitrixes. Wow, here's all the different Omnitrixes. The original one, the Omniverse one, the ultimate, fucking, get out of here, ads. This one doesn't even have an X, Jesus Christ. Okay, the Ultimatrix, the Biomatrix, the Nimitrix, the Antitrix. Who the fuck is this? And the Reboot one. Who the fuck is that? Why do I not recognize her? Eunice is a prototype Omnitrix, which can, oh, I remember her. Okay, so, oh, thanks for the snack. So what happened is, Azimuth, the guy who made the Omnitrix, decided that what if the Omnitrix itself could use its DNA morphing abilities to disguise itself, so that instead of looking like a fancy watch that somebody would want to steal, it would be like a waifu, and nobody would think that it's an Omnitrix and try to steal it. So there is a canon waifu Omnitrix. The Unimatrix, the unification of all of the forms of Omnitrix. It's a waifu Omnitrix. Someone on the writing team was horny. Yeah, for the Omnitrix. They were horny for the Omnitrix. Powers and abilities. She can store multiple species. She is not connected to the codon stream, though. So she can only hold one DNA sample at a time, I guess. So she can copy the powers of abilities of any creature, but only one at a time. And it only lasts for about 10 minutes, like the original Omnitrix timer. Though eventually Ben gets the ability to stay in any form however long he wants. Yeah, that's interesting. I totally forgot that they made a waifu version of the Omnitrix, which is crazy. It's weird. Who the fuck made it? Anyway, so this is our final tier list of all of the Ben 10 aliens. Do you agree with me? Do you disagree? What is your opinion on the Ben 10 aliens overall? Do you like Ben 10? Do you hate Ben 10? Which of these would you... Actually, wait, I did promise you guys smash or pass, so we'll go rapid. Smash, smash, pass... Maybe, smash, pass, smash, pass, 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 maybe, pass, smash, smash, pass, pass, smash, pass, pass, maybe, pass, smash, pass, maybe, pass, 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 smash, pass, 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 maybe, pass, pass. You can't maybe? No, it's maybe. It depends. Pass, smash, pass, 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 pass. You know what? Smash. Pass, 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 pass. Even though this one has holes in his hands. And then smash, pass, pass. There. That's smash or pass. All of them. Clip it. Clip it. It was quick. Clip it if you want somebody else to see it and share my opinions, because I'm not going to remember what I just said there. I mean, this one also has holes in its hands, so. This one has sound holes all over. Congratulations. Thank you. We're going to take a picture of this to post on Twitter, I guess, so you guys can roast my opinions, as you always do. Wait, I'll just download it. Never mind. I'll just download it. Download image. Great. We've downloaded the image, I believe. I think I did. Oh, well. Anyway, let's go to the chatting screen and look for somebody to raid. Let's look and see who is online. It's the time. Yo, the big button. Oh, you didn't compliment me. I didn't even see it. Ow. Sorry. Phoebe, you are a good bean, and you come to my streams, and I like you. There you go. You got complimented. Are you happy now? Who's online? What's going on here? Okay. What is that stone head for? Okay, so Toto Hex is having a 12-hour subathon today. Nope, don't play the noise. So we are going to send you guys over to Dr. Toto. Dr. Toto is a scientist turtle. She's kind of an evil scientist, but also a precious bean. Slash raid Toto. There we go. Rated Toto. Alright, suckers, until I see you next time, I've been Jet Taco, super villain VTuber extraordinaire. Don't forget to come tomorrow. Tomorrow is my 300 follower celebration stream. Don't forget to be there. And until I see you next time, I've been Jet Taco, and I've got a jet. Mwah, ah, 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 ah.